Chapter 1 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes, or Jolly Schoolgirls Afloat and Ashore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes, or Jolly Schoolgirls Afloat and Ashore, by Janet D. Wheeler. A cry for help. The surface of Lake Molata shone like some gigantic mirror. From its surface, the brilliant rays of the afternoon sun were reflected back in myriad dagger points of light. Hardly a ripple stirred the oily surface of the water. Although it was still spring, everywhere could be seen the signs of approaching summer. Canoes and rowboats and motorboats darted or dashed or slid along, as become their different characteristics, while the occupants of the pleasure craft called gay greetings to one another. The thrill of spring was in the air, and one must have been very old indeed not to have felt it and answered to the call of it. Perhaps that is why Billie Bradley, who was very young, suddenly straightened in the stern seat of the canoe she was paddling and turned her bright face up to the sky. "It is spring again, girls," she said softly, "one more beautiful spring to live through." Billie Bradley was 15, dark-haired and bright-eyed, and she possessed a gift for doing things that was the envy of her friends and the despair of her enemies. And to Billie, life often seemed too good to be true. So now, with a sudden spurt of energy, she dug her paddle into the water with such force that the canoe shot forward crazily, nearly colliding with a rowboat in front. At this, the two girls who were with Billie squealed in dismay. "Well, you don't need to upset us, you know," protested Violet Farrington from her seat in the bow. She was tall and very dark and about the same age as Billie. "That's the third time you have done that trick in the last half hour, Billie." "Goodness, she is counting them," said Billie, with a funny little grimace. "How can you be so stupid on a day like this, Vi Farrington? You deserve to be given a ducking." "Please don't get rash," said the third girl, as she settled herself more comfortably in the bottom of the canoe. "I don't want to be bothered. I'm too comfortable where I am." Laura Jordan, Billie's very best chum, pounded a pillow into more comfortable shape behind her back, and then with a sigh of content, languidly closed her eyes. "This is the life," she murmured slangily. "Wouldn't you like some more cushions or something?" Billie inquired sarcastically. "No, I couldn't think of troubling you," murmured Laura, in such perfect imitation of one of the teachers at Three Towers Hall that the girls were forced to giggle. "Just the same, you'd better wake up," warned Billie, "else I'll splash water over your beautiful new shoes." At this dread threat, Laura did actually open her eyes long enough to fix upon Billie a look of surprised reproach. "You never would be so mean as all that, Billie Bradley," she said, adding with a frown. "Mother told me that if I spoiled these shoes I would have to buy another pair out of my allowance, and you know that would never do." Then, as though she had settled the question for all time, she leaned back and closed her eyes once more. Laura Jordan was as fair as the other two girls were dark, and since her father was a very rich and indulgent man, she was just the least bit spoiled and inclined to get her own way. Her mother had often remarked that Laura would do more for Billie Bradley than for any member of her own family. There was a contented silence for a time while Laura drowsed and Vi and Billie paddled cozily close to the shore, where the trees dipped their branches almost into the water, and where the water was so shallow that sometimes it was hard work to keep afloat at all. "Isn't it great that we all passed our classwork so that we don't have to take those horrid old final exams? I was sure that I'd miss in history," said Billie finally. Vi, in the bow, faced about to gaze at her friend, thereby perilously rocking the canoe, a look of astonishment on her face. "You fail in history or anything else, Billie Bradley," she said in a tone that scornfully hooted the idea. "Why, you couldn't fail in anything if you tried." "I couldn't I?" said Billie with a laugh. "Well, I'm not quite so sure about that." Most readers of this volume will remember the good time the three chums, Billie and Laura and Vi, had at Three Towers Hall, the boarding school which they joyfully attended. Of course, their school life was not all good times. They had to work and work hard, for the curriculum of Three Towers Hall was a stiff one, and the girls were kept on tiptoe all the time in the effort to live up to its demands. But there had been fun, too, so much fun that the girls were always reluctant to leave, even for the summer vacation, and in the fall they crowded eagerly back, impatient for the school year to begin once more. During this present spring semester, the one which was ending now, the three chums had stood so high in their classwork that they had been exempt from the final examinations, and this was the reason of their brief release from study, and this the explanation of their glorious afternoon of freedom on Lake Molata. The boys, Laura's mother, Teddy, Billy's brother Jet, and their chum Ferd Stowing, had worked so hard at the military academy which they attended in an effort to keep up with the girls that they had also been exempt from the finals, a fact which they had celebrated with wild shouts of glee. On this particular afternoon, the boys had said that they would meet the girls at the bend of the lake, and it was toward this point that the chums were now making their way. It was to be feared from the lazy progress they were making that the boys might have to wait some time for them. "I wish," said Vi, suspending her paddle in the air, while shining drops dipped from the end of it into the water, "that we knew what we were going to do this summer. It's hard not to have any plans." "Why, we have plans, silly," said Laura, opening her eyes once more and gazing with more interest out over the sparkling water. "How about Twin Lakes?" Twin Lakes was a summer resort a little distance from North Bend, where the girls lived, and the chums had hoped that they might be able to spend their vacation in that beautiful spot. However, their parents had not yet consented to the arrangement, so that their plans so far were not very definite. "Plans," grumbled Vi gloomily. "That's all we have got. Plans! I'd like to know something." "Well, you never will," said Laura wickedly, and for revenge, Vi sprinkled a few drops of water on the other girl's spotless white shoes. Laura shrieked, and Billy giggled. "Here come the boys, and just about time, too," said the latter, as a canoe, the color of flame, nosed its way around a grassy bend and glided toward them. "They don't know they are breaking in on a family row," she added with a chuckle, as the boys spied them and shouted a greeting. A moment later the canoes came alongside of one another, so close that they touched lightly, and Ferd Stowing, who was taking his ease in the bottom of the red canoe, reached over and grasped the other boat so that the two pretty craft floated side by side. "You're late," accused Teddy Jordan from his seat in the stern. "We began to think that you weren't coming." "Yes," added Billy's brother Chet. "What kept you? Did you spring a leak or something?" "No, we didn't spring a leak or something," mimicked Billy, with a sisterly lack of respect for a mere brother. "We just came the long way around, that's all." "Oh, that's all, is it?" Chet repeated resentfully. "Well, just let me tell you, you pretty near missed a juicy ice cream cone by being late. We were going to ask you to come over to the store with us." The words had a magical effect upon the girls. Instantly they held out imploring hands, begging to be forgiven so that they might be taken to the store and an ice cream cone. "Please," begged Laura eagerly. "We haven't seen the color of ice cream for almost a week." "Yes, do be nice," added Vi, looking as meek as she knew how. "We'll never be late again," added Billy, with a mischievous look at Teddy Jordan. Now, Teddy had thought Billy was the nicest girl he knew, except his sister, of course, for a long time, and it was pretty hard for him to say no to her when she wanted anything. Teddy said he liked Billy because she was such good fun, and Billy said she liked Teddy for much the same reason. So now, when she declared that she would never be late again, he did not believe her, of course, but his heart melted just the same. "Oh, come on, fellas," he said slangily. "Stop nagging the girls, can't you?" "I'm not ragging 'em," said Ferd Stowing indignantly. "I never said a word." "Then let go of our boat," Laura commanded him imperiously. "How do you suppose we can get anywhere with you hanging on the boat like grim death?" And so, with a good deal of laughter and fun, they gradually moved off and started in the direction of the landing popularly known as the Point. This was a place at one end of the lake where the young folks could land and refresh themselves with ice cream and cake and various other delicacies. The girls were seldom allowed to taste the delights of the Point, unless they were accompanied by the boys or one of their elders, and so this afternoon promised to be a rare treat. As they drifted lazily along, they were hailed again and again by people they knew, and so almost before they were aware of it, They had reached the other side of the lake. "Oh, don't let's go in just yet," Billy protested. "The ice cream will taste a lot better after a while. What do you say to paddling around by some of the islands for a while?" "All right, let's," they decided, and so pushed off again. There were several small islands scattered about Lake Mulata, and these held unending fascination for the boys and girls. They had often imagined them inhabited by pirates and gypsies and other adventurous folk, and even sometimes they had thought that there might have been treasure buried there. So peopled had these islands always been with creatures of their imagination that on this bright sunshiny afternoon the girls and boys were scarcely surprised when a sharp cry pierced the clear air. They were in a narrow inlet between two of the islands, and at the strange sound they stopped still, paddles suspended, waiting. Then it came again, sharp and clear and unmistakable, a cry for help. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lost or stolen. "Help!" came the shrill scream again. "Help! Help!" "Oh!" cried Vi, quaveringly. "Somebody must be drowning." "Well, come on," yelled Teddy Jordan, shaking back his yellow hair and dropping his paddle in the water with a splash that sent the flying drops all over the girls in the next boat so that, even in their fright, they squealed in protest. "If somebody's drowning, it's time we moved. Which way do we go, fellows?" "Head for the other side of the island, Ted," yelled Chet, using his own paddle with such vigor that the slender craft shot ahead like something alive. "Sounded as if it came from around the point of Circle Island," said Ferd excitedly. Circle Island had been so named, as one can imagine, because of its circular shape, and it was by far the most attractive and picturesque of all the islands scattered about the lake. The sight of the boys disappearing around a bend in the lake brought the girls suddenly to action. "Come on," cried Billy. "It would never do to let them get there before us. Besides, we may be needed." With a speed that rivaled the boys, their own canoe shot forward and rounded the curve with a sharp dip to leeward that caused them to ship a little water. "Be careful," shrilled Laura. "Before you know it, we'll need somebody to save us. Oh, look!" Her voice trailed off into an amazed silence, and the girls followed the direction of her gaze. It was indeed a strange sight that met their eyes. There before them lay Circle Island in all its mysterious, silent beauty. But it was not the island that made them stare and rub their eyes as though they thought they might be dreaming. It was what the island, or this particular portion of it, contained. There was a woman on the shore. Afterward, they were to notice that the boys were there too, but just now the woman filled the whole horizon for them. She was the strangest person they had ever seen. Tall, with red hair, bobbed and standing out bushily from her pale face, she was striking enough in appearance to make people turn and stare even in a crowd. There were strange oriental earrings in her ears, and she wore an artist's smock of a violent orange color. Her hands, even from that distance, seemed abnormally long and thin, and they were covered with rings that flashed in the sunlight. With these hands she was gesticulating wildly. It was right here that the girls became once more aware of the boys. They had beached their canoe and were standing on the shore near the strange woman, gazing at her with such a queer expression on their faces that the girls had all they could do to keep from laughing. "Goodness, what is it?" whispered Laura. "Seems to me I never saw such awfully red hair," added Vi. "I wonder if she was the one that screamed that way," said Billy, her fascinated gaze still on the queer stranger. "I guess so," reasoned Vi. "If anybody were really drowning, the boys wouldn't be standing there making sheep's eyes at that, oh goodness, what is she?" "How do we know?" chuckled Billy. "Let's get a little closer and take a good look." As the girls paddled slowly toward the island, before going on with the story, it might be wise to introduce them and their boy chums more fully to those readers who have not yet met them. Billie Bradley, always pretty and full of vigor, now, when she was 15 years old, seemed to her friends prettier and more full of vigor than ever before. It was Billie who took the leadership in all their pranks. Her father, Martin Bradley, was a dealer in real estate and insurance, and was fairly well off in a financial way. Her mother, Agnes Bradley, was a lovely lady whom both Billy and her Chet adored. Laura and Teddy Jordan, both of them fair-haired and blue-eyed, had more money to spend than they knew what to do with, for Raymond Jordan, their father, owned a chief interest in the great jewelry factory of North Bend, and it seemed the greatest desire of his life that his wife and children should never have to wish in vain for anything. Violet Farrington, the third of the trio of girl chums, was very fond of her mother and very proud of her father. The latter was Richard Farrington, the most famous lawyer in North Bend, and a father for any girl to be proud of. The last of this little group was Ferd Stowen. Ferd was just a nice brown-haired, brown-eyed young fellow who was always willing to do anything and everything to make other people comfortable and happy. Whatever else his acquaintances said about Ferd, they were sure that they liked him. North Bend, a town of about 20,000 people, 40 miles by rail from New York City, had always been the home of these young folks, and they loved it. In the first volume of this series, entitled Billie Bradley and Her Inheritance, the girls had had thrilling adventures in an old homestead at Cherry Corners, inherited by Billie from an aunt. Billie had discovered an old trunk in the attic of the house, and this trunk proved to be filled with rare old coins and strange postage stamps which, when sold, brought the girl a considerable sum of money. This last good luck enabled Billie Bradley to attend Three Towers Hall, a boarding school to which all the girls were eager to go. In the second book, entitled Billie Bradley at Three Towers Hall, Billie and her chums had many more adventures, both amusing and most exciting, the most exciting being the rebellion of which brave little Billie was the leader. In the third volume, entitled Billie Bradley on Lighthouse Island, Billie, Vi, and Laura spent the summer with Connie Danvers, another chum, at her father's bungalow on Lighthouse Island. While there, they witnessed a terrible wreck during which 2 little children were washed ashore. These children had been kidnapped, and by returning them to their parents, the girls brought great relief and joy not only to the parents, but to Miss Arbuckle, a teacher at Three Towers Hall, and her brother, Hugo Billings Arbuckle. In the story directly preceding this, called Billie Bradley and Her Classmates, the 3 girls succeeded in discovering the whereabouts of an invention which had been stolen from its owner years before. In this way they brought great happiness to the widow of the inventor and her 3 children. Forward went the girls in the direction of the island. Those who were able to do so strained their eyes to see what was taking place. "Look out!" suddenly cried Vi, "that floating log!" The alarm came almost too late. The frail canoe hit the floating log a glancing blow and started to tip. "Hold fast!" came from Billie. "Oh, we'll be drowned! Yell to the boys!" "Nonsense!" came from Billie. "We are not going over. Laura, lean over and shove that log away." Breathing heavily from sudden fright, Laura did as commanded, and the next moment the canoe glided on once more on an even bottom. "Oh, what a scare!" gasped Vi when she could speak. "Billie, please be careful of other floating logs," put in Laura. "I don't see any more around here," was the reply as Billie gazed ahead and to both sides of the canoe. "That wasn't a very big one, anyhow," she added as she resumed her paddling. Vi did the same, and thus a minute or more passed in silence. The 3 girls had now reached the island. They grounded their canoe near that of the boys, and then rather shyly approached the group of which this queer woman was the center. The boys saw them coming, and evidently welcomed their arrival with relief. "Come here, girls," cried Ferd. "Let us introduce you to Mrs. Poor Ferd was very much embarrassed. He wondered if he looked as red as he felt. Teddy tried to help him out. Miss, he began, and then got stuck himself. He was still stammering when the lady came to his rescue. "Bassinet, Bassinet, Bassinet," she cried impatiently. "What does it matter what my name is when my pictures, my beautiful pictures, have floated away? Floated away, I tell you, in that so miserable little rowboat." The girls were rather bewildered by this flow of, to them at least, meaningless words, and as the lady's voice was rising to a wail, and as she was beginning to wring her bejeweled hands frantically, Billie thought it time to interfere. "You lost some pictures, did you?" she began hesitantly, and she was surprised and a little startled at the effect of her timid little sentence. "She asked me if I have lost some pictures," cried the strange creature, her eyes upraised to heaven. "Have I not just told you that I have lost some pictures? And such pictures! I shall never be able to do such work again. That man at the boathouse, he told me that all his boats, they are reliable. I will have him sued. I will make him pay a grand price." "This is about the way I make it out," said Teddy, in a matter-of-fact tone that made the lady stop short in her tirade and stare at him, surprised. "You left some sort of pictures in a boat," Teddy continued, "and the boat broke away." "Yes," interrupted Mrs. Bassinet eagerly. "I had put my pictures in the boat and had returned to the island for a moment to examine a new type of fern I had found. When I returned, the boat, my pictures, everything was gone. I was left here alone on this miserable island, and my pictures, they were gone." "What kind of pictures were they?" asked Chet, in so meek a voice that the girls looked at him in surprise. Evidently, the lady's red hair, combined with the orange smock, had completely overwhelmed the boy. "He asked what kind of pictures were they," said Mrs. Bassinet, with another despairing glance at the sky. "They were my pictures, of course, pictures that I made with my own brush. I, Myra Bassinet, the artist. But see," she interrupted herself and turned swiftly to the boys. "We are wasting time here. We must follow my pictures." Her glance roved impatiently about and finally came to rest on the two empty canoes. "Sure thing," cried Teddy gallantly, seeing what she meant. "We will follow your rowboat and our canoes. A canoe will beat a rowboat any day." The words were hardly out of his mouth when Myra Bassinet dashed down toward the canoes, her bobbed hair flying and her trinkets jingling. "My pictures," they heard her say as breathlessly they followed. "I must find my pictures. They are the best that I have ever done." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tragedy. Strangely enough, the girls no longer saw anything absurd about Myra Bassinet, for she was an artist, a really well-known artist, and they had occasionally heard their parents speak of her paintings with respect. Knowing this, they even forgave her bobbed hair and the color of her smock, for everyone knew that real artists are often a little queer. There was an artist colony further down the lake, and they at once jumped to the conclusion that she was from there. After a great deal of squealing protest from the lady that she was afraid to risk her life in a canoe, the boys finally succeeded in getting her into the boat, whereupon she immediately insisted that Billy sit in the bottom with her to keep the thing from tipping. Billy obeyed, and finding herself in such close company with the orange smock worn by Myra Bassinet, was almost blinded by it. At least that is what she afterward told her chums. Teddy took the stern, Chet the bow, and Ferd was left to embark in the other canoe with Laura and Vi. It seemed that Myra Bassinet had not the slightest idea in what direction the rowboat containing her pictures had drifted, so that Teddy had to guess at it by means of the wind and current. Progress was slow, for the artist insisted upon stopping at every little inlet where the tangled underbrush stooped down to meet the water, in the hope that the boat might have become entangled and hidden from sight. Meanwhile, Billy, after she had conquered a faint stage fright at being so near a personage of this sort, found to her surprise that she was beginning to like Myra Bassinet very much. In spite of her natural excitement at this time, Billy thought she could detect a great sadness in the eyes of the woman, and she felt just a little bit sorry for her. "I shouldn't wonder," she said to herself, as she studied the pale face under the vivid hair, "but that she has had some great trouble. Her eyes look terrible when her face is at rest. I wish I could help her to look happy." They searched for some time, but they could find no sign of the missing pictures, and Myra Bassinet grew desperate. "My paintings," she said again and again. "They are worth $500 apiece, and there were 3 of them, and yet," she added, as though talking to herself while the dreadfully sad look grew in her eyes, "it is not the money I want so much, but those pictures, children of my fancy, my best work." Then she would break short to suggest excitedly some other place where they might look. However, after more than an hour of diligent search, they were forced to admit that the boat and the pictures had entirely disappeared, as if the earth, or rather the water, had opened up and swallowed them. "It's of no use, I guess," said Billy at last, looking sympathetically at the artist. "We have searched pretty well over this side of the lake, and the boat couldn't possibly have drifted over to the other side, for the wind isn't that way. I guess they're just lost, that's all." "Yes," said Myra Bassinet, in a voice from which all eagerness had fled. "I guess you are right. Some evil fate has been following me for a long time. There is no use to struggle, perhaps. If you will please take me back to shore, I will thank you very much for your trouble." Of course, the boys and girls told her that it was no trouble at all, and insisted upon taking her within a very short walk of the artist colony at the farther end of the lake. She seemed grateful, and thanked them, but they could see that her eyes were very sad. Once she started to go, then turned back and looked at them gravely. "I would give $200, she said, distinctly, to anyone who would find my pictures for me." $200, murmured Teddy. "Some little sum, I'll say." "Quite a reward," added Chet. "A fellow could do a lot with $200, muttered Ferd. "Gee, I know a lot of things I could buy for that amount." "Yes, I would willingly give $200 as a reward for finding the pictures," continued the artist. Then she was gone, and the girls and boys slowly walked back to their canoes. They did not speak again until they had embarked and were paddling once more out toward the center of the lake. Then, "Well, what do you think of that?" asked Laura, curiously. "Don't you think she is a little insane or something?" "Of course she is," said Chet with a chuckle. "Don't you know that all artists are a bit crazy?" "I know a lot of crazy people that aren't artists," sniffed Vi, and Chet threw her a protesting look and made believe to turn up the collar of his coat. "I say, what have I done?" he queried. "Stop fooling, you two," commanded Billy, looking unusually serious for her. "I don't think Myra Bassinet is a bit crazy," she added, decidedly. "An artist that does as wonderful work as she does has a right to act a bit queer once in a while. I think she's nice, and I feel sorry for her." "Well," Laura agreed, "of course we all feel sorry that she lost her pictures. I would certainly like to return them to her if I could." "Sure," said Ferd emphatically. "There would be money in it." "Say," said Teddy suddenly, with a broad grin, "I think we had better watch that boob. He is apt to have this little old leg drag some night when none of the rest of us is around. $200 looks like a lot of money to him." "I guess it does to all of us," said Violet with a sigh. "Why, that much money would keep us in ice cream cones, for ever so long." Of course they all laughed at her, all but Billy, that is. She remained staring straight before her with such a thoughtful look that Teddy noticed it and jibed her about it. "Don't you worry, Billy," he said. "It isn't your funeral. Even if you don't find the pictures for the lady, I'll promise to keep you an ice cream as long as you want it." "Say, Ted," laughed Chet, while Ferd crowed with delight, "you'd better be careful how you make promises like that. Billy will have you broke before you know it." "She sure does like ice cream," said Laura lazily. "What did you say?" asked Billy, coming out of a brown study to gaze innocently upon them. "She didn't hear me," said Teddy with a grin. "That lets me out, doesn't it, fellows?" "It sure does," they chorused, while Billy stood looking puzzled. "I didn't hear what you were talking about," she explained. "I was thinking of that poor lady. She seemed to me the saddest person I ever came across." "Why, Billy," cried Laura in surprise, I didn't notice she was sad. Why, she was too excited and upset all the time to look sad." "But didn't you notice her eyes?" Billy persisted. "It seemed to me as if her eyes, were always seeing things she wanted to make them forget. Some awful things. Of course, I suppose it's just a crazy idea," she added by way of apology, as they still stared at her. "I get them sometimes, you know." "Well, maybe you're right," said Vi doubtfully, adding with a little chuckle, "I was too much taken up with her hair to look at her eyes anyway. So perhaps that's why I didn't notice." "Seems to me," spoke up Teddy suddenly, "that I read somewhere once about Myra Bassinet's husband." He paused, if trying to remember just what it was he had read, and the girls prompted him impatiently. Yes, go on," they urged. "Why, I think it said he had been burned up in a hotel fire somewhere," finished Teddy slowly. "Burned up?" they chorused, horrified, and Teddy slowly nodded. "Yes," he said, "I remember now. That was it. Must have been an awful thing." "Awful," repeated Laura, in an awed whisper. "I should say it was awful. Oh, the poor thing. We could only do something for her." "I wish we could," said Billy earnestly. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Schemers. For several days after their remarkable meeting with Myra Bossonet, the girls thought of her and talked of her a great deal. Of course, they told the story to their classmates, and the latter listened breathlessly to the recital. Connie Danvers, little and fair and fluffy-haired, declared she would positively have been thrilled to death at an encounter with such a celebrity. "Heavens, Billy," she cried, looking at the latter admiringly, "I don't see how you ever thought of anything to say to her. I know I'd have been absolutely dumb." "Of course you would," said Laura serenely, and Connie threatened her with the ruler. It was the lunch hour on the particular day that this conversation took place, and the girls, having finished their lunch in the dining hall, had retired to the study room, presumably to study, but in reality to talk. There were only a few days of school left anyway, so the girls reasoned, and since they had all passed in their studies, what was the use of wasting the last precious days at school and work? And with spring in the air and the prospect of a whole delightful summer vacation before them, who could find the heart to blame them? They looked very pretty and young as they sat in one corner of the big study room, making a gay spot of color in the gloom of the place. There were 8 or 10 of them, all belonging to the secret society to which Billy and her chums had been admitted soon after their arrival at Three Towers Hall. This society, whose name of Ghost Club only the members knew themselves, was the very most select club in the school, and those who were eligible for membership must not only be extremely popular among their mates, but they must also stand at the head of their classes where study was concerned. And of course, when Billy and her chums had been selected for this honor so soon after their arrival at the hall, they had been overjoyed, and since then their entire school life had seemed to center around the club. Connie Danvers, with whom they had spent that delightful summer at Lighthouse Island, was a member of the club, and so was Rose Belzer, a very pretty, dark-haired girl of 16. Rose Belzer had once been an enemy of Billy's, but she was now, and in fact had been for some time, one of Billy's staunchest friends. A stranger approaching Three Towers Hall from the Lake Road would not have wondered that the girls loved the place. The hall itself was an immense, rambling old stone building, whose 3 battlemented towers had furnished the reason for its name. The ivy that covered its walls matched in color the smooth sweep of the lawn that stretched from the school almost down to the water's edge. And then there was the lake, the beautiful, glorious lake with its skating in the winter and its boating and swimming in the summer. Never, so thought the loyal girls, had anyone ever seen such a wonderful lake as their own Molata. In fact, the girls might have been almost too happy and contented at Three Towers Hall had it not been for one thing, or perhaps 2. For there was always Amanda Peabody and her chum Eliza Dilks, whom the girls had nicknamed the Shadow, from her habit of following Amanda around wherever she went. These 2 girls, so alike in disposition, were sneaks and tattletales, and there was not a girl at Three Towers Hall who did not thoroughly detest them. No matter what fun the chums had planned, Amanda Peabody and her Shadow were sure to do their best to spoil it. But because the other girls were always on guard against them, they succeeded in doing very little harm. However, the chums found it anything but pleasant to be always on their guard against mean tricks, and the result was that Amanda and her sneaking friend were more cordially hated every day. "You had better be careful," Rose Belzer was warning the girls now in a lower voice. "I found Amanda and the Shadow sneaking around the hall outside our dormitory the other night when you first told us about the artist and her lost paintings. I shouldn't wonder if they had been listening at the keyhole all the time." "Oh, I wonder if they heard us, really," said Billy, troubled. "I'd hate it pretty badly," she added, with a giggle if they should find those pictures." "Say, wouldn't they crow over us all the rest of the time?" said Vi, with a worried frown. "I do wish we could get hold of the pictures ourselves," added Laura, as she took out a tiny hand mirror and studied her reflection in it. "I wonder if Myra Bassinet meant that about giving $200 to the person who found them, or whether she was only talking." "Oh, she meant it all right," said Billy, so decidedly that the girls looked at her in surprise. "How do you know?" they asked. "Miss Arbuckle," Billy explained, "had her newspaper on her desk this morning, and I happened to glance at it as I went by. And there, in large lettering, as if it meant me to see it, was the heading, 'Artist offers reward of $200 for return of missing pictures.' I couldn't read any more, for I hadn't time, but I guess it must mean Mrs. Bassinet all right." "Billie Bradley," cried Laura excitedly, "and you never told us till this minute? Aren't you an awful girl?" "This is the very first moment I've had to tell you, silly," said Billy defensively. "What would you have me do? Stand up in class and shout my glad news to you?" "You might have written a note," Vi suggested, and Billy snorted. "Yes, that's a fine idea," she said. "And then have Miss Arbuckle catch me and send me up to Miss Walters?" Miss Sarah Walters was the head of Three Towers Hall, and the girls all respected and loved her. She it was who had championed them in their rebellion against the two dill pickles, the former teachers who had made life at the hall so unpleasant for them that they had practically been forced to revolt. So now Connie Danvers said, with a fond little smile, "I can imagine lots worse things than being sent to Miss Walters." "But you know how she hates us to write notes," Billy reminded her. "That's one thing that she won't forget very easily. Don't you remember that girl that she suspended just for that?" "Look!" hissed Laura suddenly, and the girls turned just in time to see Amanda Peabody's head disappearing from the doorway. "That sneak is up to something again. You'd better look out, Billy." "Well, they had just better not get funny with me," said Billy with a ferocious frown. "I'll show them something." What it was she was going to show them, no one found out, for at that moment the gong rang and the girls went off to their various classrooms. There were only a very few days left to closing time now, and although the girls still attended classes, nothing much was accomplished and discipline was visibly relaxed. Just before the closing period, a printed note was slipped from behind into Billy's lap, under cover of her desk, and automatically her hand closed over it. Her face grew red, and she felt that everybody in the room must know the guilty secret she was hiding. The next moment she felt angry with the person who had done this. The girls often played little tricks on her, just as she did on them, merely for the purpose of teasing her. But this was going too far. If she should be discovered... She gained permission to leave the room, and a moment later was out in the hall, the note clutched in her hand. Her first instinct was to destroy it. Then curiosity got the better of her, and she decided to take just one little peep. Looking up and down the hall to be sure that no one was near, she cautiously opened the folded paper and turned so that she might get the light upon it. This is what she read. "Come to the big maple tree about a mile down the lake as soon as you can. You will find the boat you have been looking for. Signed, a friend." Billy read the incredible words once more, then crumpled the note in her hand. "I won't go," she said. "I won't." End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Good news. Billy showed the mysterious note to her chums after school hours. They were gathered in one end of the pretty blue and white dormitory, and they spoke in whispers to make sure they would not be overheard. "It's just a trick, that's all," Vi said excitedly. "Do you suppose if anyone had found the pictures, knowing there was a reward offered for them, they would tell you about it?" "And nobody," said Laura, edging closer and looking about her to be sure nobody was listening, "knows anything about the pictures except the girls in our crowd, and none of them would write you a note." "It's Amanda Peabody, that's who it is, the old sneak," cried Violet, "hanging around all the time and listening to what isn't meant for her. She's just trying to make you look foolish, Billy, that's all." "I think so too," said Billy, wrinkling her pretty forehead thoughtfully. Then in a minute she added, "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send Connie and Rose down the lake, and they can just go along as though they were out for a walk. Then if there really is anything to this business, they will find it out. And if there isn't—" She paused, and Vi finished the sentence for her. "Then they will find that out too." She said it with a sigh of relief. "Now I think you are talking sense, Billy," she added. A little while later, Rose and Connie sauntered off on their mysterious errand, while Billy and Vi and Laura sat in the dormitory pretending to study, but all the time really listening for the girls' return. They had not very long to wait, and when Rose and Connie finally burst into the dormitory, one side of their disgusted faces told the tale. "Nothing there at all," said Rose, flinging herself on the bed and rumpling her pretty hair. "It's lucky you didn't go, Billy. You would never have heard the end of it." "And the boat wasn't there?" asked Billy, surprised to find that she had really hoped a little that it might be. "No, the boat wasn't there," said Connie with a significant emphasis. "But Amanda was, and her shadow too, skulking behind some trees where they thought we couldn't see them." "Honestly?" cried Billy, her eyes dancing at the thought of how chagrined the two miserable girls must have been when they found she had not jumped into their trap. "Oh, Connie, what did you do?" "Do?" repeated Connie, halfway between anger at the mean girls and delight at the thought of their discomfiture. "Why, what could we do? We didn't want to show them that we were in with you and this thing at all, so we just pretended not to see them and walked on." "We didn't go very far, though," said Rose, with a chuckle at the memory. "We sat down to rest right where we could keep our eyes on the clump of trees where they were hiding. I bet we made them pretty uncomfortable for a while." "Well," said Billy gaily, "all's well that ends well. Maybe those girls will stop bothering around when they find out that they can't catch us anymore. And now, girls, how about some dinner?" Perhaps Amanda and her shadow did become discouraged at this failure of their last petty trick, or perhaps it was only that they were incapable of thinking up any more. At any rate, they kept out of sight pretty well in the days that followed, with the result that the ending of that semester was sheer delight to the girls. They had 2 dances down in the gymnasium, to one of which the boys were rather grudgingly admitted by Miss Walters, a stolen midnight party, and 2 picnics out on the lake that they were to remember a long time afterward. So things rolled along till the chums awoke one morning to find that they had only 2 days of school left. "Think of it," said Billy, as they hurriedly jumped into their clothes, preparatory to making a rush for the dining hall. "Day after tomorrow will be free." And as though the thought were too much for her, she plopped down on the bed, landing squarely on Laura's fresh gingham dress, at which the owner of the dress protested shrilly. "Get off my beautiful gown, Billie Bradley," she commanded. "Don't you know I'll get some discredits if I go down with a wrinkled dress?" "Oh, you are so particular," Billy murmured, and then jumped as Laura made a pass at her. A few minutes later, as they were going down the stairs, Vi leaned over and whispered to them. "Let's go out on the lake just once more this afternoon," she suggested. "It will probably be the last chance we shall get, and I have an idea that the boys will be there." It was rather late in the afternoon before the 3 chums found the opportunity to slip away from the others for their last little ride on the lake, and when they reached the dock, they found that all the canoes had been taken, and that there were only rowboats left. "Oh, well," said Billy philosophically, as they all tumbled into one of the prosaic craft, "a rowboat may not be romantic, but it is pretty comfortable just the same. Now, where shall we go, girls?" "Oh, anywhere at all," said Vi contentedly, as she trailed her hand in the warm water. "Doesn't much matter, I guess," added Laura. "Isn't the lake beautiful this afternoon?" "It always is," agreed Billy absently. Then suddenly she added, "Girls, do you know I'm going to be awfully disappointed if the folks don't let us go to Twin Lakes this summer. I've just set my heart on it." "So many of the girls are going," said Laura, taking up the theme, "and those who have been there before say the country is simply beautiful." "The Twin Lakes must be cunning, too," said Vi eagerly. "The girls say that they are almost exactly the same size and shape, and that they are connected by one little narrow stretch of water, hardly big enough for 2 boats to pass." "We could have a bungalow," Billy went on happily. And a chaperone, interjected Laura with a wry face. Of course, sparkled Billy, adding with a chuckle, not that we would need one, of course. The chaperone, that is. Oh, no, we wouldn't need any, said Laura with a droll shaking of her head. We'd just take one along to keep the folks quiet. I heard Rose say once that you had to humor parents these days. And maybe the boys would come, Vi added. Come, laughed Billy, we couldn't keep them away, you mean. Chet is crazy about the idea already. Oh, but suppose the folks say no, wailed Vi tragically. Then what'll we do? We'll have to humor them, I guess, said Billy grimly. Oh, they will come around all right, said Laura confidently. So far we have only had a chance to write to them. When we get home we will bother them so they'll agree to anything we say just for the sake of getting rid of us. Goodness, I hope so, said Vi dubiously. But I've tried that trick before and it hasn't worked. Well, said Billy gaily, don't let's worry till we have to. We can have a dance over at one of the hotels every once in a while, too, she added, switching swiftly back to their plans again. The girls say that they have awfully good music, and a special band comes up from the city every Saturday night. For a while they drifted on lazily, and so absorbed were they in their talk that they did not see the approaching canoe until the old familiar hail caused them to look up. There were the boys, and they seemed to be mightily excited about something. Can you hear what they are yelling? Asked Billy. Laura and Vi shook their heads. Chet was standing up in the unstable craft and was keeping his balance, contrary to all laws of gravitation. Through his cupped hands he was shouting something to them. They listened, and this time they heard it. We've got the paintings, came faintly to them. Come on over and have a look. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The pictures. For a moment the girls doubted their ears. It seemed impossible that it could be Mrs. Myra Bossinet's pictures that the boys were shouting so madly about. However, they rowed with all their might toward the oncoming canoe, and in a short time were able to satisfy themselves that they were not dreaming. The boys actually had the pictures. But where did you get them? Stammered Billy, as the boys held up 3 painted canvases before their eyes. Picked them up out of the air, said Teddy nonchalantly. You didn't know we were such good little pickers, did you? Asked Ferd with a grin. They sure have to hand it to us this time, added Chet, with such complacency that the girls wished they had something to throw at him. Now, I suppose you think you are going to get the reward, said Laura, her nose in the air. Say, cried Teddy slangily, where do you get that stuff, sis? We don't think anything about it. We know we're going to get that reward. You bet we are. Chet backed him up warmly. I'd like to know who's going to stop us. Oh, said Vi, her eyes fixed dreamily on the horizon. Just think of it, $200 all for themselves. Although, she added, gazing sweetly at the boys, I suppose, of course, you expected to divide with us. This startling proposition struck the boys dumb with amazement for a minute, and then they let loose a war whoop of derision. Oh, listen to her, just listen to her, jibed Ferd. What does she think we hung around this lake for every spare minute we could get, working ourselves just to skin and bone trying to find those pictures? Yes, you look as if you'd worked yourself to skin and bone, Vi retorted with a sniff, adding with a superior look, of all the stingy old things, I think you boys are the worst. Hold on, cried Billy with a laugh. There's no use quarreling about something you may never have. Wait till the boys get the money, then it will be time enough to take it away from them. Why don't you think we will get it? The money, I mean, queried Chet anxiously. That would be an awful note after all our trouble. It would serve you just right for being so stingy about it, began Vi, her nose still in the air. Let's go, cried Teddy, dropping his paddle into the water with a splash. I can see this is no place for us. Wait a minute, cried Billy. At the imperative summons, the boys stopped and looked at her expectantly. You haven't told us yet where you found those paintings, and we really are quite a little interested, you know, she added with a whimsical smile. Oh, well, agreed Teddy, backing water so as to bring the canoe close to the girls' rowboat. Since you ask so prettily, I suppose I'll have to be nice and tell you. Lean closer while we impart our wondrous secret. "Oh, get a move on, Ted," urged Chet impatiently. "I'm anxious to see the color of those $200. "Well, this is how it was," said Teddy with aggravating slowness. "We fellows here were just taking a little paddle down the lake with no idea of looking for the paintings." "Oh, yes, we believe you," interjected Billy bitingly. "And all of a sudden," Teddy went on, unmoved, "we saw something stir among the bushes." "You didn't," breathed Laura and Vi in unison. "What was it, a crocodile?" asked Billy dryly, and thereby entirely spoiled the effect of the story. Teddy regarded her sadly. "I fear there is some among us who mistake the serious things of life." "Oh, go on," they urged him between giggles. "Tell us what it was that moved behind the bushes." "It was a rowboat," declaimed Teddy dramatically, rising in his seat and throwing out his arms. This last gesture nearly proved his undoing as well as that of his chums, for the canoe rocked perilously and they shouted to him to sit down. "It was a rowboat," he repeated, sitting down to a chorus of laughter, and upon approaching it still more closely we discovered to our surprise and great delight that it was the rowboat. "And the pictures were in it, safe and sound?" cried Laura incredulously. "So lucky we didn't have a good rainstorm," she added. "It looks as if we were just about to have one now," said Teddy, gazing up at a sky across which clouds were beginning to scud threateningly. "Guess we had better make a start, boys, or we may not get that 200 after all." "Let's hope Mrs. Myra Bossinet is a lady of her word," said Chet prayerfully as they prepared to follow Teddy's suggestion. "And I'm so glad for the artist," Billy confided to her chums as they followed the boys, the big rowboat forcing them to a slower pace. "I suppose she will be awfully happy to have her pictures back again." "She said something about their being the very best she had done, didn't she?" asked Vi seriously. "I think she did," agreed Billy, adding, as the incredible thought struck her, "and we didn't even look at them closely. We must be getting more foolish every day." "Speak for yourself, Billie Bradley," Laura retorted. "I'm sure I don't feel any more foolish than I did yesterday." "How could you?" murmured Vi innocently, and received a black look that bothered her not at all. "Let's hurry," urged Billy, dipping her oars into the water and pulling vigorously. "I'm not going to let the boys get away with those pictures without having one good look at them, at least. Come on, Laura. You take hold of that second pair of oars and see how it feels to work for a change." Laura sputtered a little, but she did as Billy bid her, and in another minute they were fairly flying through the water, with the distance between their boat and that of the boys appreciably diminishing. The latter evidently understood this move as a challenge to a race, and they themselves increased their efforts, with the result that the girls gradually saw the space between them widen, and they knew there was no use trying to keep up. "What do they think this is, a varsity race?" Laura wanted to know. She dropped the oars and stared after the boys disgustedly. "They do act pretty stupid sometimes," Billy admitted, adding with a chuckle, "We wouldn't dare say those things about them if they weren't our brothers." "They aren't my brothers, but I don't mind saying what I think about them anyway," declared Vi, and they laughed at her. But the boys, as if to prove that they were not as bad as they were being painted, turned around just before they reached the shore and paddled slowly back toward them. "We want to look at the pictures," Billy explained, as soon as they came within hailing distance. "You only gave us a glimpse of them before." "Oh, all right, if you're sure you will give them back to us," said Teddy cautiously. "We don't want you playing any tricks, you know, and try to grab the money," added Chet, using the kind of language that the girls at the hall were not supposed to use. But that they understood well, just the same. However, they thought it not worthwhile to answer this insinuation, and merely stared at Chet haughtily. A few minutes later, the nose of both boats touched the shore, and the girls and boys jumped out. Teddy, with the precious pictures clutched tightly under his arm. When they had made sure that the craft were fastened securely, the girls turned eagerly to examine the paintings, whose loss had caused such grief to the artist, Myra Bossinet. In some ways, the girls were vaguely disappointed at what they saw. The pictures were good. Inexperienced as they were, the girls realized that. Yet there was a sort of desolation about them, a subtle sadness that depressed them. "This one," said Billy, holding one of the pictures at arm's length and examining it gravely, "with a quaint-looking old castle and that queer windmill in the background, is wonderful. Of course, but, well, somehow I don't like it. Here, you can have it," she finished, handing the picture back to Teddy. "Ah, say, Billy, why don't you buy it for $1,000 and make the lady artist happy?" murmured Teddy, with a twinkle in his eye. "Why not make it 2,000 while you're at it?" put in Chet. "I wouldn't mind owning some fine pictures if I were wealthy," observed Vi, "but I think I'd like something more cheerful than these." "I think that lady is sad over something, and she shows it in her work," said Billy. "Now, just to look at that, can't you see how lonely it is?" "Yes, it might have a couple of monkeys or a few puppy dogs in it," remarked Teddy frivolously. "Or one of the famous movie actors hurling a custard pie," suggested Ferd. "Well, of all things, a custard pie or monkeys in such paintings as these," shrieked Laura. "You ought to be ashamed to mention such things," added Vi severely. "You can't expect such kids to appreciate real art," said Billy coldly. "If it was a newspaper print of a ball game, it would be all to the mustard," finished her brother. "Give 'em to me," said Teddy. "No use waiting any longer. First thing you know, somebody will be poking a hole in one of them, and then goodbye reward." Teddy went off toward the artist's colony, looking very important with the pictures under his arm, while the girls and boys waited with what patience they could for him to return. After about half an hour that seemed ages long to them, they spied him coming and jumped up to meet him. "Well, did you get the 200? What did she say? Was she glad to get them back?" These and a dozen other questions were fired at poor Teddy, so that he was forced to hold up his hand after the manner of a traffic policeman. "Yes, I got the money all right," he said, when there was comparative quiet. "And she was so glad to get the pictures back that she kissed me. Just think what you missed, fellows." The boys howled and the girls laughed merrily. "Oh, Teddy," gasped Billy, when she could get her breath, "how could you?" "Well, I didn't do it," protested Teddy with a grin. "Did you really get the reward?" asked Ferd, practically. "You bet I did," said Teddy, contentedly patting his pockets. "Just wait till we get back to the academy, boys. There we'll divide up." "Which certainly seems to leave us out," said Billy, ruefully. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Twin Lakes. The last day at Three Towers Hall had come and gone, and the girls found themselves back once more in their beloved North Bend. The summer vacation stretched before them, rich in its promise of adventure. For 2 days after their arrival home, the girls had actually secured from their parents permission to take a bungalow at Twin Lakes for a month or two. As Boxton Military Academy, which the boys attended, did not close until several days after Three Towers Hall, it had been arranged that in case they were able to carry out their plans, the boys would journey straight to Twin Lakes. This would save them the trip back to North Bend, and the girls would join them at the summer resort as soon as possible. And so it came to pass that several long and joyful letters, postmarked North Bend, were delivered to 3 almost as delighted boys at Boxton Military Academy, and the plans for the summer vacation were actually and definitely underway. "But whom can we get for a chaperone?" puzzled Laura as they sat on Billy's porch one fine day, putting some last necessary stitches to pretty bits of finery. "I don't know," answered Billy with a frown. "I've thought of pretty nearly everybody in North Bend, but none of them seems to fit in exactly. Except, perhaps—" She paused, and the girls looked at her expectantly. "Except," they prompted. "Miss Martha Beggs," finished Billy. If she had had any doubt as to the reception of her suggestion, she must have been satisfied the next moment, for the girls accepted it with shouts of glee. "The very person!" cried Laura, getting up to give Billy a hug. "You always do think of just the right thing, Billie Bradley." "Let's go and find out right now if she will go with us," cried Vi, jumping to her feet and spilling pretty things all over the floor of the porch. So, without even looking in the mirror, which Laura declared was a record, they donned little sport hats, shrugged into loose coats, and started off at almost a run for the modest little boarding house where Miss Martha Beggs resided. The lady in question was a teacher in the grammar school which the girls had attended before going to Three Towers Hall. The chums might never have become acquainted with a teacher very well outside of school hours, had not Billy some time before accidentally broken a statue which Miss Beggs owned. Billy had replaced the statue, and ever since then she and the schoolteacher had been good friends, even if they did see very little of one another. The girls were lucky in finding Miss Beggs at home, and she seemed delighted to accept their proposition. "I was wondering what to do with myself this summer," she told them, smiling, "and now you girls come along and answer the question for me. I will be ready to start when you are, for all I have to do is pack my things." "And now," said Billy happily, as a little later they walked back toward home, "we have nothing in the world to worry about except getting ready." "And that's fun," Laura finished joyfully. It proved to be so much fun that a week flew by almost before the girls were aware of it. Trunks were packed and sent by express. Telegrams went off to the boys as to the exact date of their arrival, and everything was in readiness for the start. Mr. Jordan had consented to loan the girls one of his 7-passenger cars. He had 2 of them and a roadster beside. And so on a beautiful, bright Saturday afternoon, the chums started off in truly regal state. Laura, at the wheel, gave her some gas, as the boys would have said, and the great machine shot forward through North Bend, carrying as merry a group of young folks as could have been found, in that part of the country at least. For the past week they had studied road maps till they knew them all by heart, and Billy, in the front seat beside Laura, had already begun to consult the one she held in her hand. "You go straight for about 2 miles," she informed the intent chauffeurette, who was bending absorbedly over the wheel. "Then you take the crossroad to the right for about 5 miles more." "Oh, goodness, don't bother me, Billy," cried Laura, as she was forced to swerve sharply in the road to avoid running over a yelping dog. "Don't you suppose I know that road book inside out by this time? When we get as far as Greenburg, I may need some help, but up to there I don't believe you could make me go wrong." "Oh, all right," consented Billy, but it might be noticed that she kept her grip on the road map just the same. "I'll leave you alone, smarty, until I see you getting off the right track. Gracious, Laura, look out for that truck." "Mean old thing," grumbled Laura as she put on the brakes and slid up behind the huge lumbering wagon. No wonder the boys get mad at him. "Get out of the way there, will you? Do you think we have all day to wait?" "Never mind," said Miss Beggs soothingly from her comfortable seat in the roomy tonneau. "We shall soon be out of the traffic, and then we'll find it all smooth sailing." "Yes, if we get out of it alive," said Vi doubtfully. They did get out of it alive, and were soon speeding along the open road at a speed that made conservative Miss Beggs catch her breath. They made splendid time all the way, and the greatest trouble they had with the car was once when they had to stop at a wayside service station to have their tank filled with gasoline. They did strike 3 bad detours, however, and on one of them they really did get lost for a little while. However, it was Billy, as usual, who pulled them out of the fix by walking a 1/4 of a mile to a farmhouse she remembered having passed and asking the right direction. In spite of these several mishaps, they reached the environs of Twin Lakes early in the afternoon. They had arranged to meet the boys where the main road turned into the lake road, and now as they sped along toward this rendezvous, the girls began to breathe faster. "I wonder if they'll be there," said Vi, taking off her hat and smoothing her dark hair. "If they shouldn't, I don't know what we should do." "We'd go to a hotel, of course," retorted Billy with spirit. "We certainly wouldn't be helpless." "Hark, hark, Miss Independent speaks," cried Laura, slowing down a little so as to be able to read signposts if they should come across any. "I wonder," she added, slowing the car still more and peering over the windshield anxiously, "if we aren't getting near there." "We ought to be," answered Billy. No sooner were the words spoken than they were all startled by an apparition in the roadway. 3 boys had sprung out from the shelter of some bushes at the side of the road and stood directly across the highway, blocking the path of the oncoming car. With a startled cry, Laura put on the brakes, and the great car stopped so suddenly that the girls and Miss Beggs were thrown forward in their seats. "What on earth—" began Laura, and the next moment the automobile was besieged by what seemed to be 3 dozen exuberant boys instead of only 3. They hung on the running board and showered them with welcoming questions. "You ought to see the swell twin bungalows the folks hired for us," yelled Chet, managing to make his voice heard above the uproar. "One for us and one for you girls. Oh boy, aren't we going to have a good time?" Then Laura was quite peremptorily commanded to step on her, and once more the big car moved off, the boys still clinging to the running boards and pointing out the direction they were to take. "Right down the lake road," said Teddy, as they turned down an extremely bumpy country road. "You are apt to get shaken up a bit, but the scenery's great." "Much chance I have of looking at the scenery," grumbled Laura, her eyes glued to the road ahead while the big car bumped along. "I only hope we don't meet a car coming the other way." But if poor Laura could not see much of the scenery, Billy and Vi certainly did, and they were charmed by it. The woods on both sides of the road were very dense, so that one could see for only a few feet into them. But occasionally, as they neared the lake, they could catch a glimpse of it through the trees, and once, through a cleared space, they could see the mountains rising behind it. Then they came to the lake itself, one sapphire dazzle in the afternoon sunlight, and plentifully dotted with pleasure craft of all sorts and descriptions. In the distance the girls could hear the continual babble of voices raised in shouts of merriment. That, the boys explained, was the bathing pier at the end of the lake where swimming was best. "See why they call it Twin Lakes?" cried Teddy excitedly. "See that strip of land that comes down the center of the lake, dividing it almost in two?" "Luckily there's that channel connecting the two," said Ferd, adding with a chuckle, "If it weren't for that, you would have to carry your boat across a strip of land if you wanted to get from one lake to the other." "Oh, it's all so lovely," breathed Billy happily. "I have a feeling that we're going to have the very best time ever this summer." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Huldah. And they were all more certain than ever that Billy's prophecy was going to be fulfilled when they saw the cunning little bungalows their parents had picked out for them. The name of their cottage was Minnehaha, and that of the boys, which was its exact counterpart in every way, was Hiawatha. They were low-set, chunky, cozy little places painted a dark green which harmonized with the surroundings. And if they looked pretty and inviting outside, well, one should just have been given a glimpse of them inside. One immense big living room with a great open fireplace, rough-hewed, picturesque, and almost comfortable furniture, consisting of a settee, 3 low broad-seated chairs, and one quaint little table, whose 3 legs sprawled out in such a comfortable manner that one was reminded of a sleek, well-fed Persian kitten. There was a snowy white cover on this table, and at the windows were hung spotless white curtains. "Oh, how cool and clean it looks," cried Billy, flinging off her hat and coat and realizing for the first time how hot and dusty she was after the long trip. "It's just the dearest room," enthused Vi, going over to one of the windows and pushing aside the spotless curtains so as to get a view of the lake. "And to think we are right on the lakefront, too." "Well, the folks did the best they could for us," said Chet. "They certainly did," replied Billy. "Grand!" cried Laura. "Glorious!" put in Vi. "How about something to eat?" murmured Teddy. "You had better show us the dining room first," Miss Begg suggested, speaking for the first time. "Then we shall know better whether we can give you an invitation." "Oh, that's all been seen to," broke in Ferd confidently. "Right this way, folks, and see if you don't think we boys have been as busy as a little beehive since we arrived." And so, while the girls crowded curiously behind them, the boys led the way into the cunningest and completest little kitchen the chums had ever seen. It contained a little oil stove of the newest type, guaranteed not to smoke, a cupboard full of dainty, though not over-expensive dishes, a white sink and drain board, and at one end a love of a pantry with a miniature refrigerator built into one side of it. And what delighted the girls most was the sight of those pantry shelves, stocked to the very top with canned goods of every sort and description. And when Billy ran to the refrigerator with little squeals of delight, she found that it contained ice, about 25 pounds, and there was milk, too, 2 big delicious quarts of it, fresh dairy butter, eggs, and, wonder of wonders, a fresh-killed chicken all plucked and ready for roasting. "That's what we've been doing," announced Teddy, with beaming face and evidently longing to be praised, as he pointed to the fresh food. "Oh, you angels!" cried Billy, turning upon the boys so shining a face that they were instantly rewarded for the trouble they had taken. "May you stay to dinner?" "Well, I guess you may. We'll just wash up and then we'll all get busy." "Yes, only where do we wash?" asked Laura ruefully. "Oh, we fixed that too," said Teddy importantly. "How came it that we forgot to show them the rest of the palace, fellows? Right this way, ladies," and he bowed with exaggerated gallantry as the girls brushed past him into the next room. There were 3 doll-sized bedrooms in this wonderful little cottage, and 2 of these were single beds, but the third boasted a double one. There was the same furniture in each, a table, 2 chairs, and a tiny wardrobe standing up against the wall, with the exception that in the room with the double bed were 2 washstands instead of 1, and in the 4 pitchers on the 4 washstands was water, sparkling clear water that invited by the very look of it. To be sure, all the water used in the cottage had to be pumped from a well just back of the house. However, the pump was in the kitchen, so that one need not go outside the house to get the water. "Everything seems just made to order," said Billy, as she went from one to the other of the spotlessly neat little rooms. "2 of us can room together, and that will give Miss Beggs a room to herself." "Well, I'm sure I don't want to sleep alone," said Vi, looking so dismayed that they all laughed at her. They were gathered in the largest of the 3 little rooms, and the boys were lingering in the doorway. "Anybody would think there were wild animals in the woods," laughed Ferd, and Vi made a face at him. "Get out of there quick so we can wash up," she said, "or you will never get any dinner," at which the boys promptly fled. It did not take the girls long to wash, but, quick as they were, they found that Miss Martha Beggs was in the kitchen before them. She had on a large kitchen apron, which she must have packed in her grip for that express purpose. The trunks would not arrive till the next day, and with the help of the boys in finding things, she had already prepared dressing for the chicken. In fact, she was in the very act of pushing the bird into the oven when the girls arrived on the scene. "Oh, doesn't that look good?" cried Laura, sniffing hungrily as though she could already smell the luscious aroma of roasting fowl. "Goodness, I don't believe I can wait 2 hours for it to be done." "You'll be so busy the time will fly," Billy promised, with a giggle, and pushing her into a chair, she presented her with a huge bowl of potatoes to peel. "And you are to peel every one," said Billy, in response to Laura's look of dismay. "Remember, we have company to dinner, and they are as hungry as a pack of wolves. Vi can help you if she wants to." "Well, what do you think you are going to do?" asked Laura suspiciously, while Vi, rummaging in a drawer, found another peeling knife and came to her rescue. "Do you think you are going to boss the job, Billie Bradley?" "'Deed no," answered Billy briskly. "I'm going to peel some of these beautiful apples I saw in the pantry and make some applesauce. Oh, do get out of the way, boys," she added, as the boys, unable to tear themselves away from the fascination, lumbered directly in her path. "You're blocking the wheels of progress." "Well, I like that," grumbled Ferd good-naturedly. "If it hadn't been for us, you might not have had any dinner to cook." A sudden thought seemed to strike Billy, and she turned to the boys, suspicion on her face. "Did you really and truly think to get all these things all by yourselves?" she asked, looking from one to the other of them. The boys turned so red under her gaze and looked so sheepish that both Laura and Vi stopped peeling potatoes and gazed at them curiously. You see, it was this way," stammered Chet. Then the story came out. It seemed that an old boatman named Jerry Bullock had come into possession, through the death of a distant relative, of the twin cottages which their parents had hired for the girls and boys during the summer. This old boatman, who himself owned a little tumble-down shack at the other end of the lake, depended upon the rent from the 2 cottages, which was considerable, to bring him in his living. Also, old Jerry Bullock had a ward, a timid, shrinking girl whom he called Huldah, and this girl, besides slaving for him, was supposed to look after the cottages, to see that the curtains and other furnishings were always spotless and that everything was in order. Billy's mother had ordered the staples and the canned goods the young folks found on the pantry shelves, but it was this girl, so the boys confessed, who had not only helped them in their plan to have the fresh things in the little cottage for the girls, but who herself had brought some things up from the village for them. Well, she must be an awfully nice girl, Billy decided, as they all resumed their work, and I, for one, would like to thank her for helping us out this way. You might invite her to come in and have a good meal sometimes, Teddy suggested, his young face very sober. The poor kid looks as if she never got enough to eat. The girls were horrified at this, for Teddy was very sober, and the other boys backed him up in what he said. And they longed more than anything to see this poor girl and help her if they could. I don't believe I will enjoy a bite of my supper for just thinking of her, Billy declared. But she did, for Billy was young and healthy, and the dinner was unusually good. In fact, for a while, the girl Huldah and her problems were completely and absolutely forgotten. However, those in the bungalow were soon to receive a reminder in an unusual and startling way. Dinner was over. The bones of the poor fowl had been stripped till not a shred of meat clung to them, and the girls and boys had gathered on the porch to enjoy the loveliest of all hours in the country, twilight. "Now this is what I call solid comfort," remarked Chet, as he slumped down on a bench. "All to the merry," added Teddy. "Say, they ought to call this the Solid Comfort House." "Quite an idea," answered Billy, "only we don't know how really solid the bungalow is yet." "I guess it is solid enough for us," came from Vi. "Who would want a regular city house in a place like this? The more dainty and airy, the better." The sun was a great red mass hovering just over the horizon, and the waters of the lake, rippling lazily in the light breeze, gave back the red reflection. Across the water, where the two great hotels were located, lights were already beginning to spring up like wandering fireflies in the dusk. The faint strains of a violin, playing a new and popular waltz, wafted over to them. All seemed peaceful and beautiful past expression. Then suddenly a boat, rowed swiftly by a short and powerfully built man, came into view, and a moment later was pushed up to the shore. A girl rose in the bow of the boat, so dark it had become that the girls had not noticed her before, and evidently driven by the man, made to jump to the shore. In doing this she tripped and fell headlong with a force that made the girls catch their breath. "Oh, the poor thing!" cried Billy, then pressed her hand to her mouth to keep back a scream. The man, short and squat and ugly, had followed the girl out of the boat, and then with an angry growl had deliberately and brutally kicked the prostrate form. "The beast!" raged Billy, on her feet and shaking both her small fists in fury. "He ought to be hung for that." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A feast. The old man paid no attention to Billy's words, if in his brutal rage he had even heard them. He made his boat fast, swung a fishnet over one shoulder, picked up his tackle, and strode off through the gloom without even a backward glance at the girl he had mistreated. Can you beat it? Who can he be? That fellow ought to be handed over to the police. I wonder what the girl has been doing. No matter what, he had no right to treat her that way. That's true. Why, he might have killed her. The strange girl was still lying in the grass, and the girls and boys, followed by Miss Beggs, recovering from their first shocked surprise, ran down toward her, anxious to do whatever they could to help. Billy was the first to reach the girl, and she bent over her pityingly. "Are you all right?" she asked, as the girl raised herself to a sitting position and regarded them dumbly. "Did that brute hurt you badly?" Her eyes were on the girl's arm, from which the tattered sleeve had rolled back, disclosing a mass of black and blue bruises. The girl, following her gaze, pulled the sleeve down sullenly and struggled to her feet. Why, it's Huldah," stammered Teddy, as he got his first good glimpse of the girl's face. "I thought that old man looked something like Jerry Bullock," added Chet, glancing darkly in the direction in which the old boatman had disappeared. "He'd just better come back here, that's all. I'd teach him a thing or two." "You bet," cried Ferd indignantly. "We'd show him where he got off." "Old butcher," muttered Teddy, "to treat a girl like that. Just wait till I get hold of him." The girls, who had been staring from the sullen ragged girl to the furious boys with an expression of absolute bewilderment, now began to see light, and they turned eagerly to the girl called Huldah. "Oh, are you the girl?" began Laura, when Vi cut in breathlessly. "Did you help the boys get in all those good things to eat?" she asked. "It was awfully nice of you," added Billy. with a smile such as only Billy knew how to use. "We wanted so much to thank you." The girl looked from one to the other of the eager, friendly young faces, and suddenly her lip quivered, and her eyes filled with tears. "It wasn't anything," she said unsteadily. I like to do it." Suddenly the girl saw that she was shivering. Even in the summer up there in the mountains, the evening breeze was a little chill, and it was very natural that this girl, clothed almost in rags as she was, must feel uncomfortable. "I guess I'd better go now," the girl said dully. "Jerry will be coming back." "Oh, please don't go yet," cried Billy, and the girl looked at her in surprise. "Come up to the house for a little while," she coaxed, while Huldah still regarded her rather dazedly. "We haven't half thanked you for being so nice to us. You will come, won't you?" she urged, as the girl seemed to be wavering. "Of course she'll come," said Miss Beggs, as though the matter were all settled, and putting an arm about the shivering girl, she started to lead her toward the house. "But Jerry," protested Huldah faintly, "if he comes back—" "Oh, forget old Jerry," cried Chet, and Teddy added blithely, "If Jerry comes back, it will give us great pleasure to dump him in the lake." In the twilight, Billy saw a faint smile touch the girl's blue lips. Evidently, the thought of Jerry being ducked in the lake was not unpleasant to her. It was great fun getting Huldah settled in one of the bandy-legged chairs before the open fireplace, while the boys put a match to the fire that had already been laid there, and the girls hustled around in the little kitchen to get something nice and hot for Huldah. "Don't you feel dreadfully sorry for her, Billy?" asked Vi, as she dumped some chicken gravy into a tiny pan. "I never saw anyone look so absolutely miserable in all my life." "Poor girl," said Billy, trying to find a few stray shreds of meat on the bones of the chicken. "Oh, dear," she sighed, "I wish the boys hadn't such awful appetites. There's absolutely nothing left on these bones." "Well, never mind," Vi consoled her. "There's plenty of potatoes and gravy, and here are some biscuits. Oh, make believe these biscuits aren't good, Billy." "I wonder if we couldn't warm them up, too," said Billy, thoughtful eyes on the tiny oven which covered two of their precious 3 burners on the stove. "They're ever so much better hot. And Laura," she added on sudden impulse, "what do you say we take one of the tables out of the bedroom and spread Huldah's supper on it? Then she can have it before the fire." "Some class to Huldah," laughed Laura, and disappeared into the other room, returning the next minute with a small table in question. Billy, who was always happiest when she was making somebody else happy, fairly crowed with delight as she spread a napkin on the table, and then arranged the most tempting little meal upon it. There was chicken, what she had managed to scrape off the bones, and mashed potatoes covered with steaming hot gravy. There was a generous dish of apple sauce and some hot peas in another little dish, and there were biscuits, Billy's biscuits, freshly heated and accompanied by a huge pat of cream-colored country butter. There was fresh milk, too, a big glass of it. Yum," cried Laura, sniffing appreciatively. "I declare if it isn't enough to make one hungry all over again. Lucky Huldah." "Take care," warned Billy, as Laura lifted one end of the crowded little table, and she took the other. "Don't spill that milk. It's the very last bit we have in the house. Careful now. Look out for the door." And if the girls wanted any reward for their kindness, which they did not, the look on Huldah's face when she saw the feast would have been enough. She ate ravenously, even though it was evident that she tried hard to restrain her appetite and remember her manners. It was strange, so thought the girls, that the ward of a common fellow like Jerry Bullock could show such evidence of real refinement. "Does it taste good?" asked Billy once, with her friendly smile. At the question, an answering smile flashed into Huldah's face, a smile that startled them all. It transformed the girl so completely. "I never thought anything could taste so good," she said softly. "It's awfully good of you to do this for me." She hesitated, and the girls, terrified at the prospect of receiving thanks, began to talk wildly of anything that happened to come into their heads. Perhaps this was the very best thing that could have happened, for it put the girl at her ease, and she forgot to be strange in her interest in the gay conversation. This was the first time in all her starved young life that she had had a chance to get close to young people of her own age, and to her the experience was a marvelous one. But if the girls interested Huldah, Huldah certainly interested them more. She had seemed out there on the beach in the semi-dark, a pale, miserable little wreck of humanity, someone weak and helpless, to be sheltered by the more robust girls. But the last hour had wrought a marvelous change in her. The warmth of the fire, the good food which the girls had heaped so generously before her, and which by this time she had pretty nearly cleared away, had made a new person of her. A soft color glowed in her cheeks, making her dark eyes appear darker and bigger, and the girls were amazed at the beauty of her red-brown hair, every strand of which seemed to glint and gleam in the glow of the fire. "Why, she's lovely," thought Billie admiringly. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Getting acquainted. After she had eaten all that she possibly could eat, the girl Huldah still stayed on, as though she could not bear to tear herself away from this pleasant little cottage, where warmth and cheerful companionship so abounded. The boys and girls and Miss Beggs had gathered in a happy semicircle about the fire, telling funny stories and flinging repartee back and forth while Huldah listened, chin cupped in her hand, wondering eyes traveling from one to the other of the eager young faces, as though she could never get enough of them. She roused herself at last, however, and with a sigh, drew her tattered shawl tighter about her thin shoulders. "I've got to be getting back," she muttered, the old sullen look returning to her face, settling down upon it like a mask. "Jerry'll be looking for me, and when Jerry's mad, he's bad." She shuddered, and Billie, seeing the motion, felt indignation swell within her. "Does he treat you very badly?" she heard herself asking, and the moment the words were out of her mouth she was sorry for them. Huldah had flushed a sullen brick red, and her dark eyes flashed dangerously. She seemed to control herself with an effort, and when she spoke again her tone was dead and lifeless as before. "Oh, no," she said indifferently. "He feeds me and gives me a place to sleep, and I reckon that's all he thinks he's called on to do." "But he mistreats you," Laura broke out, ignoring Billie's glance of warning. "We saw him, down there on the beach." "That's nothing," muttered the girl with a queer laugh. "You should see him sometimes when he's real mad. Why, what he gave me down there by the boat—" She laughed again, and the girls wished she would stop. "Why, that was nothing but a love tap. I could show you." Before they could guess what she was going to show, the girl brushed back her sleeve and showed them an ugly mass of bruises and old scars that made them catch their breath in horror. "That," said the girl dully, "is what Jerry does when he's real angry." Then, as though she were frightened by what she had done, the girl fled from the house, leaving the astonished young folks to gape at the place where she had been. "Do you suppose she's really gone?" cried Vi, as they made a dash for the porch. "Guess she has," said Teddy, when, try as they could to pierce the gloom about the cottage, they could see no trace of the girl. "Vanished into thin air," said Ferd with a whistle. "She ought to be on the stage doing a disappearing act." "Well, of all the queer things," added Chet, hands in pockets, eyes still trying to search the darkness. "That's the queerest I ever heard. One minute she's here, next minute she's not. And that boat is gone, too." "Well, don't you think you had better come into the house?" asked Miss Beggs, smiling at them from the doorway. "It seems to be a little chilly out there." They obeyed her mechanically, but their thoughts were still on this strange girl who had come so unexpectedly into their lives. After the boys had gone home, the girls talked late into the night, all three of them perched on the one double bed, looking like three white ghosts there in the darkness. It was toward morning when they finally decided it was time to turn in, and Billie declared there wasn't much use in it now anyway. They might as well sit up and watch the sunrise. However, they did not see the sun rise. Far from it. The sun had been up for several glorious hours when the girls finally and reluctantly opened their eyes. Miss Beggs, who had risen with the birds and looked in on them several times, but seeing them sleeping so soundly, had smiled to herself, remembering the time when she was their age and had wisely permitted them to have their sleep out. However, the boys had not been so patient. Not having wasted half the light in conversation themselves, They had risen early, with the beautiful vision of an early morning swim, accompanied by the girls, of course, urging them to a greater speed in dressing than they had ever yet attained. And this was saying quite a great deal, for the boys never wasted much time in dolling up. And when, after all that, they had swarmed up on the porch of Minnehaha Cottage, they had been met by Miss Beggs with a warning, "Don't make any noise or you'll wake the girls. They're having such a beautiful sleep." The boys were disgruntled. To sleep on a morning like this, with all the mysteries of Twin Lakes still to discover. Oh well, wasn't that just what was to be expected of girls? And so they had gone off aggrievedly to take their swim by themselves. Be it said for the girls that they were equally disgusted when they woke to find the sun high in the sky, and the hands of the little alarm clock, which Billy had thoughtfully brought along, pointing almost to the hour of noon. "Oh, how could we have slept so late?" mourned Billy, as she dipped her face into a bowl of cold water. "I said you had better set the alarm clock, Laura." "Set the alarm clock in vacation time?" said Laura with a sniff. "Well, I guess not. I'd think it was the rising bell at Three Towers Hall. And what, I ask you," said Vi, striking a dramatic attitude, "could be worse?" "Oh, do I smell bacon?" cried Billy, sniffing the air hungrily. "You do," answered Laura, putting a last pat to her pretty linen dress and making a dash for the door. "And what's more," she added, as the girls crowded after her, "if Miss Beggs hasn't cooked us 2 eggs apiece, I shall never forgive her." As for Miss Beggs, she was so startled by the magical way that her appetizing breakfast disappeared that she declared they would have to keep chickens and a cow. "Also some pigs," suggested Billy, as she buttered her 4th slice of toast. "Then we can have all the bacon we wanted." "Yes, why don't we start a regular farm?" chuckled Laura, as she happily put her fork into her 2nd egg. "We have the geese already," said Vi. Then, as Billy and Laura regarded her fiercely, she added hastily, "Oh, I didn't mean you. I was referring to the boys." "Oh, you were you?" laughed Billy. "Well, you'd better not let them hear you, that's all." When Miss Beggs told them that the boys had been there hours before and found the girls asleep, the latter giggled gleefully. "My, but I guess they were mad," said Billy, adding as she got up and pushed back her chair, "What do you say if we take a walk as soon as the dishes are washed and see if we can find them? Maybe we can go in for a swim ourselves a little later," said Laura hopefully. They asked Miss Beggs to go with them, but she refused on the ground that she was very much interested in a story in a magazine she had brought with her, and she wanted to straighten up the living room. "Don't be long," she called to them as they started off. "We shall want to see about our trunks after a while, you know." "We'll have to find some place to put the car, too," said Laura, as they stepped out on the porch. "Dad would never forgive me if anything happened to it." They had run the car up onto the grass beside the house the night before, and had covered it with a waterproof tarpaulin. The boys had told them of a garage down in the miniature village where the cars of temporary residents at the lakes were taken care of, and the girls hoped to have the big car safe and sound in the shelter before another night fell. "Lucky it didn't rain last night," said Billy, as they swung down the path that led from the cottage to the road that ran along the lake. "We've been having wonderful weather lately anyway," she added happily. "Billie Bradley, knock on wood," Vi commanded sternly. "If you don't, we are sure to have rain before night." "Oh, all right. Anything to please a crank," retorted Billy, rapping her knuckles on the trunk of a tree as they passed it. "Oh, girls, isn't this a perfectly wonderful place?" she added, looking about her joyfully. "It's even prettier than I thought it would be." And the farther on they went, the more fervently the girls agreed with her. Surely one could not hope to spend the summer at a pleasanter place. The lake road was so narrow that when an automobile passed them, as occasionally one did, they had to scuttle up the bank at the side of the road to keep from being run over. They passed several bungalows, very much like their own, tiny, cozy little affairs. Once or twice they saw more pretentious places, probably the summer homes of wealthy people. And once a magnificent collie came out to bark a friendly welcome to them, wagging his beautiful brush as evidence of his good disposition. Then suddenly they came upon a sight that made them stop in astonishment. "Look, there's old Jerry Bullock," cried Billy excitedly. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jerry gets a ducking. Many of the cottages along the lakefront had small piers extending from the shore well out into the lake, and to these piers were fastened the rowboats and canoes and, in some cases, motorboats belonging to the owners of the cottages. These private piers could also be used for bathing, though as a rule people preferred to go farther up the lake to the main bathing pier situated between the two big hotels. Not only was the water clearer and better for bathing at this point, and the bottom of the lake not so muddy, but there had been several attractions added, such as a springboard for diving, a chute down which one might fly at an appalling rate into the water, and an immense seesaw, attractions that drew the young folks for miles around. Now the girls had been getting nearer and nearer this point all the time without knowing it, except that they were unconsciously drawn by the shouts and laughter of the bathers, so that they were not 20 yards from the pier when a turn in the road brought it into view. But it was not the sight of the pier that startled them, for right before them, jutting out crazily into the water, was another little dock, the boards of it so rotten with age and neglect that it seemed about to fall apart any moment. And on this dock stood a man, in whom the girls instantly recognized the squat, sinister figure of Jerry Bullock, the man whom, just the night before, they had seen brutally mistreat his ward, Huldah. The man seemed to be addressing the most insulting epithets to thin air, for the girls could see nobody with him. Then, to their surprise, 3 heads poked themselves over the edge of the dock, and in another moment the owners of the heads followed, and to their further amazement, the girls recognized the boys. "Goodness, what are they going to do?" cried Laura, clutching Billy's arm excitedly. "My, but don't they look mad?" "No wonder, after all the awful things that man called them," returned Billy. "Come on over, girls, and see what's doing." The boys and Jerry Bullock were so absorbed in their quarrel that they did not even see the girls coming. "This here dock is my dock," the old boatman was saying in a tone that resembled the snarl of a dog more than anything the girls had ever heard, "and I'll thank you to keep off it. I don't 'low no trespassing." "Don't blame you at all, Jerry, old top," Chet broke in, with his most irritating manner. "It's such a beautiful old dock, isn't it? Looks as if all you had to do would be to waggle a finger at it, and it'd fall into the water." "No wonder you're so careful of it," added Ferd, with a grin. The tone more than the words seemed to make Jerry furious, and he advanced toward them, shaking his fist violently. "I'll take none of your lip," he yelled. "You get off this dock and keep off, or I'll—" "Yes, now what will you do?" asked Teddy, with a grin. "I'll throw you off, that's what I'll do," yelled the bully, and he advanced toward Teddy as though he intended to make him the first victim. The boys jumped to Teddy's assistance, and the girls cried out in alarm. But they need not have worried. Teddy, they were soon to find out, could take very good care of himself. With a sudden motion that took old Jerry completely off his guard, the boy dodged under the outstretched arms and heavy knotted fists of the old bully, and with a powerful lift of his young body, toppled the man backward into the water. Not for nothing did they teach wrestling at Boxton Military Academy. The whole thing was over so quickly that the girls had hardly time to blink before the splash came that told them that Jerry Bullock had hit the water. Then they ran toward the dock, thrilled with admiration of Teddy's feat and eager to see what came of the ducking. Even then the boys did not see them at once, for between crows of delight they were thumping Teddy hilariously on the back. "Good work, old boy," yelled Chet boisterously. "I never saw a neater piece of work." "I say, here are the girls," cried Ferd, perceiving them at last. "Say, did you see what Ted did?" he inquired, as they rushed forward and peered over the edge of the dock. "Yes, but where's Jerry?" asked Billy excitedly. "He seems to have disappeared." They all looked over into the lake, and just at that moment Jerry Bullock reappeared, rubbing mud from his eyes and growling wildly. It was such a ridiculous sight that they shouted with laughter. Evidently, dizzy from the fall and blinded by the water in his eyes, the old man had slipped under the dock, and there had been caught in the thick, oozy mud left by the receding water. "You can laugh now," he told them furiously, as he made his way through the shallow water to the bank. "But I'll get even with you for this. You wait and see." "We'll be waiting for you, Jerry," Teddy promised cheerfully, and Billie looked at him with wonder in her eyes. She had always thought of him as such a boy that it seemed impossible for him to be able to get the better of a grown man like Jerry Bullock. "You did just wonderfully, Teddy," she told him in a whisper, giving his arm a confidential little squeeze as the crowd moved on, old Jerry glowering after them. "I didn't know you had it in you, Teddy," she added. "Well, it wasn't anything," said Teddy modestly, "but there was a warm place in his heart just the same." Billie was such an awfully good chum, she sure did understand a fellow. The girls were eager to go in swimming, but stern duty reminded them that there were other things to do, and they reluctantly put off their first dip until the next morning. They waited for the boys to get out of their bathing suits and into everyday clothes, and then they all went back to the cottages happy in the thought of their victory over Jerry Bullock. "That ought to hold him for a while," chuckled Chet, picking a long twig from the ground and switching it as they walked along. "I only hope he doesn't take it out on poor Huldah," said Billie anxiously. "He's mean enough for anything." "Maybe he'll make us get out of the cottages," said Laura, adding with a grin, "I wouldn't blame him much if he did." "No chance," said Ferd reassuringly. "I don't think he would recognize us as the people who rented his cottages. Person looks mighty different in a bathing suit, you know. And he's a nearsighted old codger anyhow," added Chet contentedly. "I don't think he can see a foot away from his nose." A little later they went to the station for the trunks and had great fun coming back, trying to find room in the car for everybody. They wouldn't have been able to succeed at all had not the boys been willing to ride on the running board, for the 4 big trunks occupied very nearly all of the roomy tonneau. "Here's hoping we get home alive," Chet remarked once, and Laura swiftly corrected him. "Here's hoping the car gets home whole," she said. And at that moment, as if to prove that the prayer was needed, the car struck an especially big bump in the road, causing Laura and Teddy to groan in unison. "Oh dear, there's another spring gone, I'll wager," sighed Laura. They reached home at last, however, safe and sound. After unloading the trunks, they ran the car down to the big garage. They were lucky to find room for just one more, and so the big machine was safely installed in its new home. "Thank goodness that's settled," sighed Laura contentedly as they walked back to the cottage. "Now we can start in and really enjoy ourselves." End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lost in the woods. And Billie Bradley and her chums did enjoy themselves. Never before had they found themselves in a place where enjoying themselves was so delightfully easy. There was a tiny pier belonging to the twin cottages, Hiawatha and Minnehaha, and on this pier reposed 2 canoes in fairly good condition which they had rented from the boat livery a little further down the lake. They also discovered that the bathing off their little dock was not at all bad, so that sometimes they did not take the trouble to paddle up the lake to the hotel beach, but took their morning dip right in front of their own cottages. "And then when we come out, we can stay right here and keep cool," was the way Billie explained it. "If we went to the regular beach on some of these hot days, we'd all be tired out and heated up by the time we got back. Yes, and here it doesn't matter much if our hair comes down or a sandal slips off," added Vi. And so they often bathed right in front of the bungalow. And oh, how deliciously cool that water was. Sometimes it would be noon before they came out, and even then, when the weather was very warm, they would sometimes go in again in the afternoon. And oh, the appetites they picked up. It was lucky there were stores in that miniature little village of theirs, or they would have gone hungry half the time. It seemed to them as if someone was always running back and forth bringing in fresh supplies. The boys insisted on doing their own housekeeping, even their cooking, although the girls and Miss Beggs had asked them over and over again to have their meals at Minnehaha Cottage. However, the boys remained firm and even invited the girls to dinner several times, an invitation that the girls at first accepted with fear and trembling. They soon found that they had nothing to fear on that score, however, for the boys really turned out quite delectable dinners, and soon the girls were actually fishing for the invitations which they had at first scorned. "Humph," Chet remarked once when Billy commented with sisterly frankness upon this unsuspected accomplishment. "Anybody would think we'd never gone camping before. What do you suppose we do when we camp out? Starve ourselves to death?" "But this isn't camping," Laura objected. "Well, if it isn't, it's the very next best thing to it," Teddy retorted, and for once his sister found nothing to say. During the first 2 weeks after their arrival, they had hiked for miles through the countryside surrounding the 2 lakes, and they were never tired of picnicking in some lovely spot, usually near a brook or spring or some sort of water, so they could have the clear, sparkling water to go with their lunch. No wonder that in a little time they were so tan that no one but their closest friends would have recognized them. And the only time they did not love this out-of-doors tan was on Saturday nights when the dances were held over at the 2 big hotels. At this time there was much wailing and gnashing of teeth, as their pretty evening frocks revealed a line of tan just where their bathing suits ended. "Oh, well, as Mother says, you can't have your cake and eat it, too," Billy said, trying to be philosophical. The boys always accompanied them to these dances, although they declared they would much rather take a hike along the lake road and watch the stars. "Humph," Laura retorted scornfully. "There are 6 other nights in the week when you can watch the stars, and only Saturday night can you have a one-step." "My, but that surely is some band," Vi added blissfully as she danced around the room in joyful anticipation of the evening's fun. Of course, Miss Beggs accompanied them to the dances as chaperone, and the girls found to their surprise and immensely increased respect that the lady could dance as well as the best of them. And so, instead of being the wallflower that the girls had quite unconsciously supposed she would be, the lively little teacher was almost as popular as the girls, and they were proportionately delighted. "If this keeps up," Laura told Vi laughingly one night, when the 2 girls had been forced to dance together several times for lack of other partners. Some way or other, Billy never seemed to be left out. "If this keeps up, I say, we will simply have to find another boy somewhere." And like a providential answer to this wish, came a letter several days later addressed to Teddy. The letter was from a boy chum of theirs, Paul Martinson, and in it the latter declared his intention of joining the boys at Twin Lakes for a week or 2 if they had room for him. "Room for him? Well, I just guess yes," Teddy exclaimed joyfully, rolling the letter into a ball and tossing it across the room in his exuberance. "As if we wouldn't turn this old shack inside out for old Paul. How about it, fellows?" "Oh boy, I'll say so," responded Chet. "You bet your life," added Ferd, and so the doubling up process commenced in anticipation of Paul Martinson's arrival. During the summer which the girls had spent at Lighthouse Island and Connie Danvers' bungalow home, the boys had had a splendid time cruising about in Paul Martinson's beautiful new motorboat, a gift from Mr. Martinson to the boy because of his unusually high standing at the military academy. During that summer, Paul Martinson and the boys had become closer friends than ever, so it was little wonder that they were so happy now over his proposed arrival at Twin Lakes. The girls were hardly less enthusiastic, for as Laura had remarked that night at the dance, it would really be very nice and convenient to have another boy around. Paul came a few days later, and they met him with the car at the station and brought him back in state, and that night they gave him a rousing welcome and a marvelous dinner at Minnehaha Cottage. "And now we'll have enough partners at the dance next Saturday," Laura had whispered gleefully to Vi during a stolen minute on the front porch. "Yes," responded Vi dubiously, as she glanced over to where Billy and Paul were talking and laughing together. "If only he doesn't want to dance with Billy all the time, it may be all right." "The boys all seem to like Billy," admitted Laura, with a faint sigh, and Vi answered loyally, "Well, you really can't blame them, you know." But Paul did not dance with Billy all the time, though no doubt he would have liked to, so that Laura and Vi had all the partners they could have wished. And gradually they became acquainted with some of the other young folks, and their Saturday nights became occasions of wonder and of joy forever. However, they did not spend all their time in dancing, far from it. There were so many exciting things to do in the wonderful out-of-doors that a dance once a week was all they wanted or cared about. At first they had thought it would be a good idea to take long motor trips into the surrounding country, but after one or two trips over the dreadful bumpy country roads, they decided it was more comfortable to stay at home. They saw Huldah occasionally. Sometimes she came to the cottages to see if there was anything she could do, and once or twice the girls met her alone in the woods. She seemed more timid and scared and underfed than ever, and although the girls frequently invited her to come up to the cottage when she did not have to come there on business, she never did, and after a while they gave up asking. Today, as the girls were rambling along through the woods, the boys had decided that they would rather go fishing. They were talking of this very thing. "I never felt so sorry for anyone in my life," Billie remarked, as she tucked a strand of straying hair under the brim of her neat little sport hat. "She seemed so dreadfully lonesome and unhappy." "Goodness," Vi interrupted with spirit. "Who wouldn't be unhappy if they had to live with that old beast of a Jerry Bullock?" "He beats her too," Laura added indignantly. "Think of it, the great big bully laying hands on that little white scared thing." "I don't believe he gives her enough to eat either," said Billie broodingly. "She ate as though she were half starved that night at our house." "Goodness, Laura," she added, as the latter stopped stock still in the path. "What's the matter with you? You should put out your hand when you do that. We almost had a collision." "Well," said Laura, beginning to walk on again slowly, "I was just thinking that we ought to have struck the road again by this time. Does anyone happen to know where we are?" "Why, of course," said Billie confidently. "The road must be just ahead of us." But the road was not just ahead of them, and though for a long time they pushed steadily ahead toward the spot where they thought the road must be, it failed to appear. Finally they stopped and faced each other incredulously. They were deep in the woods, and something much to be dreaded had happened. They were lost. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A surprise. "Why, it can't be," cried Vi, beginning to look about her a little wildly. "We were this way with the boys once before. We've been along this path. Why, where is the path?" She broke off, gazing down at her feet with such a comic look that at any other time the girls would have laughed at her. Just now they were too worried to see anything funny in the situation. "Yes, where is the path?" Laura repeated dryly. As a matter of fact, they had left the path, which was to have been their guide back to safety, some time before. Without noticing it, they had struck into a rough and rather narrow trail which seemed to be leading them farther into the woods, the farther they followed it. "Oh dear, now what shall we do?" wailed Vi, sinking down on the stubbly ground and rubbing her tired feet gingerly. "We'll have to get out of this place before dark." "Well, I wish you would tell us how to do it," said Laura. She was beginning to get very much excited, and she had taken off her hat to fan her hot face. "If we go on, we'll probably run around in circles and tire ourselves out without getting anywhere." "Just the same, we certainly shan't get anywhere by staying here," said Billie, a little sharply. It always made her angry to have people look at the dark side of a predicament. Probably, if Billie were to have a motto, it would be "Smile and you'll get there." So now she urged the weary Vi to her feet, and started off in the lead down the trail as confidently as though she were sure of her way. This cow trail, or track, or whatever it may be, she flung at the girls as they followed her silently, must lead somewhere. "Probably into a swamp or something," said Laura, who was evidently determined to stick to the gloomy view. "I don't expect anything else." "My, but you're cheerful," said Billie, with something that was almost a chuckle. "About as cheerful as an undertaker," said Vi, who was beginning to respond to Billie's optimism. "Cheer up, honey. We're not dead yet." "But soon shall be," added Laura with such doleful emphasis that this time the girls did laugh, a hearty one that helped them and sent them on more confidently. "I only hope it doesn't rain," said Vi, after they had walked and stumbled along for another half-hour that seemed to them more than twice that long. "Yes, that's just what we would need to make it a perfect day," said Laura dolefully. As a matter of fact, the sun had gone under a cloud, and a brisk little breeze had sprung up, whipping the trees and the grass into murmurous motion. The girls began to wish they had brought their wraps. "Oh, brother," cried Billie, suddenly stopping and stamping her foot impatiently. "If it rains, then I give up." "Well, it's raining now," announced Laura importantly. "I just felt it drop." "Oh, come on." Billie turned about in desperation and ran stumbling blindly down the rocky, uneven trail. She was beginning to find out what panic meant. "If only the boys were here," she was saying over and over to herself. "If we don't get out of here before dark, we shall have to stay here all night. Ugh, it must be a horrid place at night." However, either the rain stopped almost before it had begun, or Laura had imagined that drop. At any rate, that last crowning misfortune was not visited upon the girls, and as they began to realize this, their pace slackened, and they went along more calmly. As Billie had said, this trail must lead somewhere. For some time they went on, hoping to strike the road that they had left. Instead, they seemed to be getting deeper and deeper into the forest. Nobody wanted to say so, but all were growing thoroughly frightened. What if they had to stay in the woods all night? That thought now came to all of them, and not alone to Billie. Such a happening would be past a joke. "I can't go much farther," groaned Vi presently. "My feet are growing sore." "I just scratched my hand on some bushes," added Laura. "Oh, come on and don't find any more fault," cried Billie, and it must be confessed her tones were far from soothing. Then suddenly and without warning they came upon a cleared space and an apparition at one and the same time. It would be hard to say which was the more startled at the moment, the apparition or the girls. After a moment, Billie gave a joyful cry and ran forward with hands outstretched. "Huldah," she cried, "oh, you perfect angel! How did you happen to be here?" Then Vi and Laura saw that the girl who stood so quietly beside the big white rock, one hand behind her, the other clutching what looked to be a large pad to her breast, was none other than the ward of old Jerry Bullock, of whom they had been speaking so short a time before. Never, it seemed to them, had they been so glad to see a human being before in all their lives, for Huldah must know the way out of these horrible woods. "I hope we didn't frighten you," Billie said, as the girl still remained motionless beside the big flat rock. "I thought we made enough noise." "Oh, I heard you coming," said the girl, speaking slowly, as though to speak at all were an effort. I thought you might be someone else." She hesitated, and the girls exchanged quick glances of sympathy. The girl had feared that Jerry Bullock would find her. He would be in a rage. Instantly, all thought of their own predicament was swallowed up in sympathy for this poor girl. For all they knew, she had run away from the old man. Perhaps that was why she was way off here in the woods. Something of this thought may have shown in their faces, for the girl immediately explained her presence in that lonely spot. "I come here," she said, still with that same painful slowness of speech, "to be alone. I like to draw a little, when I can." "Draw?" Billie repeated eagerly and with surprise. "You mean you are an artist?" "Oh, no," the girl protested, her pale face flushing sensitively. "I like to draw a little, but I never could be an artist." "Oh, if I thought I could!" There was such wistful eagerness in that last unfinished little sentence that the girls were both surprised and touched. "Those at the colony on the lake make such beautiful pictures," Huldah added after a little pause. "Were you drawing when we came up?" asked Billie hesitantly. She wanted the girl's confidence dreadfully, but she was afraid to force it. "Yes," said Huldah, something of the light of a real artist kindling in her eye. "I was sketching that old oak tree over there. It must be very old, ages old, and it seems so lonesome, some way." "Do you like to sketch lonesome things?" asked Vi timidly. The girl nodded quite simply. "Yes," she said. "Perhaps it's because I am so lonesome myself." "Would you mind," asked Billie, going to the girl and smiling in her cheery, friendly way, "showing us what you were doing? We are really terribly interested, aren't we, girls?" They nodded eagerly, and after a moment's hesitation, Huldah held the drawing pad out to Billie. "There," she said, with a ring of defiance in her voice. "I suppose you won't think it's any good, but I love it." "Oh, it is good. It's splendid," cried Billie. with such unaffected enthusiasm that the girl gazed at her hungrily. "Do you really think so?" she asked, almost in a whisper. "Why, that tree is alive!" cried Laura, an odd note creeping into her voice. "And that vine creeping about the trunk, why, it's actually growing. Look at that bit of sky just showing through the leaves with its one fleecy little cloud," cried Vi eagerly. "It seems so awfully far away. The sky, I mean. It makes the old tree lonesome, trying so hard to reach up and never getting any closer." "Oh, I have made you see it, I have," cried Hulda, in almost childish delight. "Here, I have some others. I'll show you." And she began feverishly sorting over some other sketches, while the color flamed in her face, and her eyes grew bright and eager. The sketches were all good. At least they seemed so to the inexperienced eyes of the girls, and they were sorry when Hulda came to the end of them. "Is this all you have?" asked Billy, childish disappointment in her voice. "No," admitted Hulda slowly. "I have more at the house, if you would care to come there sometime." "Indeed we would," answered the girls with such enthusiasm that the girl could not doubt but what they meant it. It was some time before the girls thought to confide to Hulda that they had been hopelessly lost when good fortune led them to stumble upon her. Of course she immediately offered to show them the right way out of the thick woods. And on the long way home the girls learned that there was an artist colony near the spot where Hulda had been working. "They have the dearest little houses," said the latter, "and they have lots of windows and a skylight so they can see to work, although they do most of their painting outdoors when the weather is good. Oh, if only I could learn to paint like them," she added longingly. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lonely Cabin. After this strange encounter, Billie and her chums were more than ever interested in Hulda. "I can't quite make her out," Billie said one afternoon, as they were sitting on the little pier. They had been in bathing and were still attired in their bathing suits, being too lazy, as Vi had said, to run up to the house and change into some regular clothes. "She certainly isn't a bit like old Jerry Bullock." "I don't believe she is even related to him," said Laura positively. "I think he's just gone and kidnapped her or something." "You always have such wonderful ideas, Laura," said Vi, as she lazily dipped her toe in the cool water. "Old men don't kidnap big girls like Hulda." "Just the same, there's something mighty queer about her," persisted Laura. "She doesn't look a bit like the old man." "As if that proved anything," Vi put in aggravatingly, and Laura threw her a vexed glance. Billie laughed. "Well, you needn't fight over it," she reminded them. "It isn't any of our business anyway, you know. Except," she added slowly, "it does seem awful to leave her with that horrible old man when he treats her so badly." "He's a beast," said Laura vindictively. "I do wish we could punish him or something." Vi chuckled. "It does me good," she said, "every time I think of the time the boys gave him a ducking." "Yes, only I suppose he went right home and took it out on Hulda," sighed Billie. "I never felt so sorry for anybody in my life as I do for that poor girl." "And she can really draw," said Laura, after a few minutes of dreamy silence. "I don't know much about that sort of thing, but those sketches certainly look good to me." "They were good," agreed Billie. "I bet if she had a chance, she could really paint like the regular artists." "Much of a chance she'll get, with old Jerry always hanging around," snorted Laura. That evening there was a perfectly gorgeous moon, and they all went out on the lake to enjoy it. It was a magic night, and the two canoes drifted along side by side in a sort of dream world made up of stars and moonshine and lovely music wafting out over rippleless water. "What a night," sighed Billie happily. "Just now I'd like to go on like this forever." "You would get mighty hungry after a while," said Teddy, and then they laughed, shattering the spell completely. Up on the porch a little while later, the girls happened to mention the colony of artists which Hulda had said existed on the shores of the farther lake, and the boys were very much interested. "Say, that's bully," said Ferd incorrigibly. "Maybe we can set some valuable pictures afloat and pick up another couple of 100 beans." "Beans?" repeated Laura, shocked. "Beans, I said," repeated Ferd with dignity. "Don't wake him up, he's dreaming," jibed Teddy, with a laugh. "You don't have good luck like that twice in 1 year, old boy. By the way," asked Vi suddenly, "what did you do with the $200 reward?" "Have you spent it already?" asked Laura curiously. "My, ain't they nosy?" jibed Chet, and Teddy grinned. "We will never tell you what we did with that $200, he said importantly. "It's a deep, dark secret," added Ferd. For a moment the girls could not decide whether to be angry or amused, but they finally decided to be amused. "Oh, well, you don't need to think we care whether you tell us or not," said Laura, with a toss of her head. It was several days later that the girls remembered their promise to visit Huldah some day, so that she might show them the rest of her sketches. "I'd like very much to see them," remarked Billy. "I think she has real talent in that direction." "Oh, so do I," answered Laura. "But it won't do her much good unless it is cultivated," put in Vi. "The world is full of would-be artists who never learned how to draw or paint properly." "Well, you can't cultivate a talent if you haven't got it," returned Billy, "and I think Huldah has a lot of it, and it ought to be cultivated. Just think of what might happen if a girl like that could go to a regular art institute and study." "That's true," said Laura thoughtfully. Huldah had pointed out the approximate location of the little cabin where she lived with old Jerry Bullock, and the girls were confident that they could find the place without any trouble. They did not tell the boys of their plans, for the lads would have wanted to go too, and that, as Billy said, would have completely spoiled the party. They chose a moment when Paul Martinson was explaining to the boys some particular new improvement that he had put on his motor boat to slip away unobserved. "That was good work," chuckled Billy as they ran off through the woods in the direction of Huldah's cabin. "They are such a nuisance, wanting to poke their nose into our business all the time." "I'd just like to tell them that and see their faces," said Vi gaily. "They are so dreadfully conceited. They seem to think we can't have any fun at all without them." "The only time we have any real use for them," added Laura cruelly, "is when we want to dance on Saturday nights." All of which might have made the boys' ears burn if they had not been so absorbed in what Paul Martinson was saying. When the chums finally came upon the little cabin, which was the only place Huldah could call home, they were shocked by the poverty-stricken look of it. It had been a makeshift affair at the best, a few rough logs thrown together with dry leaves and moss thrust into the cracks to make it weatherproof. But now, old and worn by storm and wind, it showed every sign of falling to pieces. "Goodness, think of having to live in a place like that," said Laura with a shudder. They approached the house gingerly and knocked lightly on the ramshackle door. Almost immediately it was open, and Huldah stood on the threshold, looking thinner and more frightened and more pitiful than ever. "Oh," she said, her eyes lighting with real eagerness as she saw who her visitors were. "It's awfully nice of you to come. Won't you come in?" The girls entered, seeming to bring all the sunshine and freshness of the beautiful out-of-doors into the poor, bare little room. There were a few old chairs, a sideboard which had evidently seen better days, and over at the farther end of the room stood a rickety-looking table covered with white oilcloth. The oilcloth, the girls could not help noticing, was immaculately clean. "Please sit down," entreated Huldah, so evidently embarrassed by the poverty of the room that Billy's heart went out to her. "We don't care whether we sit down or not, Huldah," she said gaily. "In fact, I don't think we will till you have shown us the rest of those pictures of yours. You promised, you know." "Why, of course I'll show them to you if you would really like to see them," said the girl, beginning to show the marvelous change that even the mention of her art seemed to make in her. "They aren't very good, I'm afraid, but it's nice of you to be interested." And as if overcome by embarrassment once more, she turned and fled into the next room. However, the girls had barely had time to exchange glances when she was back again, a rather bedraggled old portfolio clutched tightly in her hands. She drew up a stool and motioned the girls to come closer. Her thin cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkled, and the fingers that fumbled with the straps of the portfolio were trembling with excitement. Something of her mood spread to the girls, and they drew up their chairs, looking eagerly over her shoulder. "I found this in the woods one day," said Huldah, gently touching the worn leather of the old portfolio. "It seemed as if it had been left there on purpose for me, and since that day I've been able to draw better. Least I imagined so," she added, with a little glance of apology at the girls. Then she showed them more of her work, and as on that other day in the woods, the girls were really impressed with the beauty of her sketches. There was one watercolor also, of which the girl was inordinately proud, and she had reason to be proud, for never had the girls seen colors that blended more exquisitely. The chums were so genuinely pleased and enthusiastic that Huldah forgot to be shy, and even expanded enough to tell them under their eager questioning a little about herself. "I'm not related to Jerry," said the girl, a shadow falling across her face even at the mention of that name. "He never would tell me anything about myself, but I have memories that he can't take away from me." "What memories?" Billy urged breathlessly. At that moment a heavy footstep was heard outside, and Huldah shrank back as though she had been struck. "It's Jerry!" she cried, a look of abject terror on her face. "Oh, hide! Please hide!" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A bonfire. As though something of the girls' terror had communicated itself to them, Billy and her chums looked about them fearfully for a means of escape. They started for the narrow door that led into that other room, but they were just a moment too late. Billy's hand was touching the knob when the front door was wrenched open viciously, and Jerry Bullock strode into the room. As though frozen to the spot, the girls stood and looked at him. "Well," gasped the old boatman, and stood mouth open as though too amazed at the unexpected sight of the girls to finish his sentence. Then roughly he turned to Huldah as she stood cowering against the wall. "Who are these girls?" he demanded, approaching her with a threatening gesture. "What are they doing here? Answer or I'll knock your head off." Feeling as though they were living through a frightful dream, the girls stared dumbly while their hearts began to hammer sickeningly. Was he going to strike her? "Answer me, do you hear?" shouted Jerry furiously as he stood over the cowering girl. "I'll teach you to let strange folks in here while I'm away. What's them things you're hiding behind your back? Give 'em to me. Give 'em here, I tell you." With a little sob, Huldah held out the sketches toward him, her precious sketches, which were all that made life worth living to her. "Don't hurt them, Jerry, please," she cried, beseechingly, as he held the drawings in his dirty hands and looked them over contemptuously. "They're all I have in the world, Jerry. Oh, please." "Shut up," commanded the man, turning on her so suddenly that she shrank back again, terrified, her hand involuntarily raised to ward off a blow. "I'll teach you to neglect your chores while you go mooning off in the woods to draw these fool things. I'll teach you." And with the words he deliberately tore the drawings across, while Huldah darted forward with a little heartbroken cry. "Shut up," yelled Jerry, and with a snarl he struck her a blow that sent her reeling back against the table. Billy sprang forward furiously, but before she could say anything, Huldah recovered herself and stepped between her and the scowling Jerry. "Please go," she begged huskily. "It will only be worse for me if you say anything. Please, please go." "Yes, and make it quick," added Jerry blackly. "Get out of here." And he waved them away. The girls had never known what it was to hate a person until that day, but as they walked home through the sun-filled woods on that glorious morning, they hated old Jerry Bullock with all that was in them. "We've got to do something, that's all," said Billy, as she stumbled blindly over perfectly visible things in her path. "We can't leave Huldah alone with that awful man anymore. Maybe we had better notify the police." "I wish the boys had been with us," said Vi, pausing and shaking her fist in the direction of the cabin, utterly oblivious now of their comments on the boys when they had first set forth. "They would have hammered him for that." "Maybe so," said Laura, a sudden vision of Teddy as a fighter floating before her eyes. "They might have given him another good ducking anyway," she added. "Much good that would do," retorted Billy. She was still fuming with indignation, for she was beginning to see more clearly. "We ought to get Huldah away from that place. That's what we ought to do." "I should think she would run away," said Vi excitedly. "She doesn't have to stay with that man. She said herself she was no relation to him." But where would she go if she should run away, Billy argued. She doesn't know a thing about herself. She doesn't even know whether she has relatives or not. Oh, well, if you are going to argue about it, broke in Laura impatiently, I suppose we won't get anywhere. Of course she hasn't any place to go, but she oughtn't to stay there anyway. As the girls agreed with this sentiment thoroughly, they found nothing further to argue about. They were silent for the rest of the way home, musing unhappily about the fate of this poor girl in whom they were becoming more and more deeply interested. When they told the boys of what had happened, the latter were both alarmed and angry. "You shouldn't have gone there alone," said Teddy. "That old Jerry Bullock is a tough customer, and it will be just as well for you girls to give him a wide berth." "All right, Granddad," Billy mocked, making a face at him. "We will be sure to ask your permission before we do anything in the future." But for once she could not get a smile out of Teddy, and he remained so sober that she, as well as the other girls, was really impressed. Finally, they were forced to promise that they would not go near that lonely little cabin in the woods again, unless they were accompanied by one or more of the boys. "Although," said Billy, with a shake of her head as they went into the house to cook lunch on their cunning little oil stove, "I do wish we could do something to help poor Huldah." And so, for the time being at least, the incident ended. And though the girls thought often of Huldah and her hard life, and spoke to Miss Beggs about her, they were kept so busy all day long, and evenings too, for that matter, that they had little time to brood over it. The merry days melted into weeks with appalling swiftness, and still nothing was said about going home. The girls received frequent letters from their parents, but as the latter failed to demand a definite date for their return to North Bend, the young folks decided not to remind them of it. "Let a sleeping dog lie is my motto," Laura said once, and the girls giggled merrily. "Wouldn't the folks just love to hear that?" Billy said, her eyes dancing with mischief. Of course, the weather was changeable, and once there was a storm that was cold and dreary and lasted 2 days. Then the girls thought something of going home. But Billy cheered the others up, and Miss Beggs joined them and the boys in several indoor games, and so the time passed more quickly than might otherwise have been the case. "Maybe the sun will come out again some day," remarked Chet dolefully. "We'll come out on the day we go home," answered Teddy. But the storm was soon gone, and the sun shone as brightly as ever, and then moping because of the weather became a thing of the past. Then one hot, breathless afternoon, when the girls were thinking resentfully that it would soon be time for them to go and start getting supper over a hot stove, the boys suddenly made them a most welcome proposition. "I'll tell you what let's do," Chet cried boyishly. "Let's pack the makings of a supper in one of the canoes and paddle over to the other shore where there aren't any cottages." "Oh, lovely!" cried Billy, clapping her hands together joyfully. "Then we can make a bonfire and fry bacon and hot dogs," yelled Teddy, entering into the spirit of the thing. "And we can get fresh rolls at the grocery store if we hurry," added Laura, jumping eagerly to her feet. "I have an old grate in with my things somewhere," contributed Paul Martinson. "Thought it might come in handy sometime." "Fine, old boy," said Ferd joyfully. "With a grate we can make a regular stove. Say, make believe this isn't going to be some party." And so it came to pass that 5 o'clock found 7 eager young folks and one small chaperone, almost as eager, embarking in 2 staunch little canoes for the great adventure. After considerable strenuous paddling, they at last found the exact spot they had been looking for, a flat, cleared space in a little grove of trees, far enough from the water's edge to be dry, yet not so far but what they could catch a romantic glimpse of the lake through the intervening trees. "Gee, this is great," cried Teddy joyfully as, assisted by Billy, he picked up branches and twigs dry enough to be used for a fire and carried them back to the cleared space. "It sure is," Billy agreed, as she paused to disengage a lock of her hair from a low-bending twig with which it had come in too close contact. "Here, let me help," offered Teddy, seeing her trouble. He fumbled clumsily with the hair for a minute, noticing meanwhile how awfully pretty Billy was becoming. Then she was free, and picking up the dead brush where the boy had flung it, they rushed back to the cleared space where they were to cook their dinner. There they found Chet and Paul already at work scooping out a hole in the ground which was to serve as their oven. When the hole was big enough, the branches and twigs were broken into small pieces and stuffed into it. Then the grate which Paul had found among his possessions was placed over the top of the hole. A lighted match was put to the dry wood, and the fun began. Never had there been such hilarity over the cooking of a meal before, and never, they were quite sure, had there been such enjoyment in the eating of one. "Oh," cried Ferd as his teeth sank into a sandwich of fresh roll and frankfurter with a thin layer of mustard just to give it flavor. "This is the life, boys. Don't wake me up. Please, don't wake me up." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 from Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Around the campfire. Never in their lives, so it seemed to them, had the boys and girls eaten as much as they did that night, and Billy wickedly remarked Miss Martha Beggs did her full share. They ate frankfurters, crisp bacon, and rolls. They drank coffee and hot chocolate, till it seemed that they surely must die of overeating. After dinner, the boys washed the dishes, refusing to let the girls touch a thing, a fact that made the girls chuckle contentedly. "They think they can do everything so much better than we can," remarked Laura lazily. "They even think they can scour pans better." "Of course we can," responded Chet loftily, as he returned with a bucket of lake water and set it over the glowing embers of the fire to heat. "You just keep one eye on us and learn how to do it." "Hush," entreated Billy, as she saw Vi was about to retort. "Let him dream on. If he saves us work, why should we care?" At this sentiment, Teddy and Paul, who were busy gathering up papers into a pile for burning, glanced over at her laughingly. "Say, you look altogether too comfortable," Teddy complained. "I've a good mind to throw something at you and see what happens." "You just try any—" Billy began, but the sentence was never finished. A ball of crumpled paper landed directly on her head. With a cry that resembled a war whoop, she jumped to her feet and made for the grinning Teddy. Laura and Vi rushed to her aid, and there ensued a general mix-up out of which the girls finally emerged triumphant, dragging the roaring and protesting Teddy by his ears. "Now will you be good?" cried Billy, releasing her captive and sinking down, weak from laughter, upon the grass. "Maybe that will teach you to bother me again." "3 against 1 isn't fair," protested Teddy, rubbing his ears tenderly. Then turning to the other 3 boys, who had stopped what they had been doing to watch joyfully the melee, he said plaintively, "Say, why didn't you fellows mix into this? You might have seen me done to death by these Amazons." "Sure, you got us right that time, brother dear," retorted Laura sweetly. "We are going to be regular fighters when we grow up." "You're grown up enough to suit me right now," grumbled Teddy as he stooped to resume his arduous labors of picking up paper. After the dishes had been cleared away and the hole in the ground filled in where they had their stove, the young folks made a regular bonfire, a goodly blaze that threw its ruddy light far into the shadowy woodland. "Oh," said Laura happily, moving a little nearer to the fire and putting out a hand to grasp Billy's, "this is glorious. Let's tell ghost stories." "Let's not," said Vi, with an uneasy glance over her shoulder into the eerie woodland. "After the awful time we had with the locked tower room at 3 Towers, I haven't very much use for ghosts." "Goodness, I shouldn't think it would bother you," said Billy dreamily, her eyes on the heart of the fire where all sorts of pictures formed and shifted and formed again. "I was the one who found the blood-stained handkerchief on the knob of the door. Ugh!" And she shuddered as the memory of that dreadful night came back to her. "And you were such an awfully good sport," said Vi, snuggling up to Billy on the other side and putting an arm fondly about her. "I don't believe there was another girl in the school who would have really taken that dare." "Oh, yes, there was," protested Billy modestly. "If you had been in my place, you would have done the same thing. You know you would." "Well, I'm not so sure," Vi returned slowly, and then for a little while they were silent, staring into the fire and thinking of that night at 3 Towers Hall, a night which none of them could recall, even yet, without a shudder of dread. During the initiation of some new members into the famous secret society of the school, Billie had been picked out to do a most difficult stunt. In the dead of night, it was then nearing 12 o'clock, she was directed to climb to the tower room of one of the towers, with only a candle to light her on her way. The feat was made still more difficult because of the superstition prevalent among the girls that this third tower of the hall was haunted. Billie had performed the stunt, going to the very top, where she found the door of the tower room locked and a blood-stained handkerchief hanging on the knob. Some way she had found her way back to her comrades, and much to their dismay, had fainted when she reached them. Needless to say, Billie had been a heroine to her schoolmates ever since that memorable night. "Well, what are we going to do?" asked Ferd suddenly, breaking into their mood. "If you girls want to moon about old times, I surely don't. Let's tell stories." "Sure, something good and bloodthirsty," added Paul, bringing a little scream of protest from the girls. "I read a good book the other day," said Teddy thoughtfully. "It was about a man who made friends with all the wild animals. He lived in the woods, you know. He had a fox and a mountain lion for pets." "Well, please excuse me," cried Billie. "I'd prefer a good tame tabby for mine." "That's because you're only a girl," said Chet loftily. "Humph," said Laura cuttingly. "I don't see you making friends with all the cute little lions and playful little tigers hereabouts." "We don't grow 'em in this part of the woods," protested Chet in an aggrieved tone. "You just give me a chance and I'll show you." "How fast can you run?" finished Billie sweetly, and there was a shout of laughter at his expense. "Oh, well," said Chet disgustedly, "what can a fellow do with a sister, anyway?" "Go and tell the story, Teddy," urged Billie after a while. "I'd like to hear more about this man who tames the wild animals in the woods." "I'd like to meet him myself," murmured Laura. So, thus urged, Teddy told the story, while in spite of themselves the girls sat enthralled. When he came to the part where a mountain lion sprang from a branch of a tree onto the back of the villain, they jumped nervously and glanced over their shoulders. "Well," said Billie, settling back with a feeling of relief when the end of the story had come, "I hope if anyone else tells a story they will leave out the blood and thunder part of it." "There was a little too much killing in that one to suit me," added Vi, edging still closer to the fire. "I know I'll dream of wild animals tonight." "Just the same," said Billie, half amused and half horrified by the strange thought that crept into her mind, "I would like to have the use of that tame mountain lion. What was his name?" she paused to ask. "Joe," suggested Paul Martinson helpfully. "Yes, Joe," repeated Billie, leaning forward and clasping her hands about her knees. "There's just one good use that I could put him to." "And what's that?" they asked, looking at her with interest. "I would sick him on old Jerry Bullock," cried Billie emphatically, and the boys shouted. "That's a good one," chuckled Teddy. "Go to it, Billie. It would serve that old boy right." "Yes," said Billie plaintively, "but I haven't any mountain lion." "You might train a cat to scratch him," suggested Teddy with a grin. "I once heard of a cat that was trained by an old maid to go after tramps." "Teddy, what a fib!" cried his sister. "I don't believe cats can be trained." "I know one cat that knows its place," put in Chet. "Funny thing, too, it's always in the same place, too." "What cat is that?" asked several at once. "That's the cat in catalog." "Bugs! He's loony again. Throw some water on him. Let's duck him in the lake." Girls and boys made a rush for Chet, but he leaped to his feet and then began a mad chase in and out among the trees until the girls were all but exhausted. "Stop, I'll be good," pleaded Chet. "Let up and I'll tell you a real story, a good one, too, one I read in a magazine last week." So they settled down and he told his story. It was a fine one and all were interested. After a time they tired of storytelling and decided to roam about a bit and look the country o'er. "Though much of a chance we'll get to see anything in this blackness," Ferd grumbled as he stumbled over a root. "I wonder what the moon thinks it's doing anyway." As a matter of fact, the sky had clouded over rather ominously, eclipsing the light from the moon and the stars so that, except for the blinking lights of the hotels in the distance, the lakes were dark. "Gee, I bet it would be great to paddle out there in the dark," said Chet, pausing to gaze out over the black water. Some way he and Billie had become separated from the rest of the crowd, and had been rambling along, chattering gaily of the good times they had had and expected still to have. Now, at Chet's words, Billie took him up daringly. "Let's try it," she said. "We can find the canoes and slip off without anybody noticing us." "We needn't be long." "Right out," cried Chet joyfully. "Let's go." And away the brother and sister started. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Adrift in the dark. Without being observed, Billie and her brother managed to get into one of the canoes and set off on their little trip. "Won't they be surprised when we get back and tell them?" chuckled Chet. He had brought along a single paddle, so that he had to do all the work while Billie sat idly enjoying herself. It was a starless night, and a few rods from shore they could see next to nothing. On they went, the blackness of the night giving Billie a little shivery feeling. She cautioned Chet not to run into anything. "Oh, there's nothing out here in this part of the lake," answered her brother. But Chet was mistaken, as he found to his sorrow 10 minutes later. They brushed up against a tree, and to keep the canoe from tipping over, he sprang up to steady the craft. Then, an instant later, they discovered that the tree was adrift, and in that instant the paddle went by the board and swiftly disappeared from view in the blackness of the night. "A loose tree," cried Billie. "I'm glad we didn't overturn." And then, as Chet said nothing, she added, "What's wrong? Did it damage the canoe?" No, not exactly," stammered her brother. "Then what is it? Why don't you say something, Chet?" "The paddle is gone. The tree swept it away." "Oh, Chet." "Yes, it's gone," and Chet uttered a sound that was very much like a groan. "I'm afraid we're in for it now, Billie," he added, in such a strange tone that the girl was really scared. "Is it as bad as that?" she cried, trying to stand up, at which the canoe wobbled so wildly that she sat abruptly down again. "There's no use getting excited about it," Chet remarked, as calmly as he could. "We'll drift back to the shore if we wait long enough." They drifted along for several minutes, and then Billie began to grow nervous. "Chet," she cried wildly, "why didn't you yell to the others or swim back to shore when you found we had lost the paddle?" "Well, that's a good one, that is," retorted Chet. "We are too far away to yell, and I didn't want to leave you." "Oh, I could have swum back too," said Billie, gazing over the side of the canoe into the water, as though she even then contemplated trying her luck. "And while I was thinking what to do," Chet continued, as though she had not interrupted, "we kept on drifting." "Yes," said Billie dryly, "and we're likely to keep on drifting for some time to get back if a nice little wind doesn't come and blow us back to shore." "Oh, well, there's no use crying about it," said Chet sulkily. "I didn't get us into this mess on purpose, you know." "Of course you didn't," returned Billie, trying, as usual, to look on the bright side of things. "I suppose it won't be so very long before we drift on to solid ground again. Oh, I wish it weren't so dark," she added wistfully. "Yes, if we only had a little moonlight, we could at least see where we were headed," agreed Chet, twisting and turning in his seat in the effort to get a glimpse of the farther shore. "I know our cottages must be over there to the right somewhere." "Much good that does us," said Billie, in a tone which said she was resigned to the worst. "We shall probably drift just as far away from them as it is possible to drift." "Jumping cats," breathed Chet softly. "What wouldn't I give for a flat slab of wood just this minute?" "Sorry, I can't help you out," said Billie lightly, adding, as she gazed up at the starless sky, "I do hope we don't have a storm." "Say," cried Chet resentfully, "can't you find something pleasant to talk about?" "What would you suggest?" asked Billie sweetly. Then, repenting of her impulse to tease him, she said swiftly, "I'm sorry, Chet. I know you were feeling bad enough without my trying to make it worse. I'll be more cheerful for the rest of our cruise." The last word ended on a laugh, and Chet looked at her gratefully. "You're a good sport, sis," he said. For how long they drifted, neither of them could tell, though it seemed several hours longer than it really was. Only once or twice did they break the silence which seemed to have fallen mournfully upon them. The first time was when Chet declared tempestuously that he wasn't going to stand this any longer. He was going to get out and swim. However, it was Billie this time who held him back. "Please, Chet, don't be foolish," she cried, as he stood up and seemed actually about to throw himself into the water. "It would be dangerous enough if you could see where you were going, for we are a long way from the shore. But in this darkness you might swim around and around for hours without getting anywhere. And anyway," she added plaintively, "you can't leave me all alone, you know." So, with much muttering and many threats at nothing in particular, Chet managed to possess his soul and such patience as he had at hand. After a while, Billie remarked that she supposed Miss Beggs would be worried half to death, to which Chet replied that he would feel sorry for her if Miss Beggs was worrying as much as he was at that minute. Such a fool trick, he added, and Billie, presuming that he was speaking of himself, wished fervently that she might tell him how much she agreed with him. It would only make him mad, though, she told herself, as she smothered a gusty sigh. Things might have gone on in this manner all night had not the crowning misfortune befallen them. It began to rain, not slowly and gently, but in a driving downpour that soaked them through in a moment, and even threatened to swamp the boat. "Jumping cats!" cried Chet again, looking wildly about him, now really alarmed. "We'll be in the lake in another minute if this keeps up." Billie gave a little choked laugh. We couldn't be much wetter than we are." "Well, I'm glad you can laugh about it," said Chet gruffly, wondering if the canoe would really go down and drown them there in the middle of that full lake. "Might as well laugh as anything," Billie sighed, and she drew her wet things closer about her and tried to keep her teeth from chattering. "I guess I'll have to bail her out, Billie," said Chet presently. "What's the use? The rain will come right in again. I know that, sis, but if I don't do something, we may be swamped." "Oh, Chet, do you think it will become as bad as that?" "No telling. It's some downpour, believe me." Fortunately, the canoe contained a cup, and with this Chet began to bail as best as he could in the darkness. It was awkward work in the wind, and once he sent a cup of water flowing over his sister's ankles. "Oh, Chet, don't do that," cried Billie in surprise. "I'm wet enough already." "Accident," he explained briefly. "Gosh, how dark it is out here. Yes, and it's raining harder than it was. Oh, Chet, what shall we do?" "If I knew, I'd do it quick enough," he answered grimly. "Hang it all, bailing doesn't seem to do much good," and he threw down the cup in disgust. "Give it to me," said Billie quickly, and felt around in the dark for the article. Then she began to bail, doing it even better than had her brother. Meanwhile, the rain came down steadily. It was certainly a miserable situation. Both asked themselves how long it was likely to last. Chet was trying to look ahead, hoping to see a light, but the rain blotted out everything. And suddenly a change came. Chet, standing up, felt a branch touch his head, its wet leaves trailing across his face, and he emitted a wild whoop of joy that made Billie crane forward eagerly. "What is it?" she almost whispered. "Land," Chet cried back to her, all his good humor returning at this incredible stroke of luck. "It's the good old shore, sure enough. In 2 minutes we'll be grounded. Just watch your Uncle Chet turn the trick." After a good deal of tugging and pulling out the slippery branches, Chet actually succeeded in bringing the canoe up close enough to the shore to land. He gave Billie his hand, and the two jumped out, and a minute later were clambering up the bank, slipping and sliding in the mud, trying to get a footing. They made it at last, and then were dismayed to find that they had not the slightest notion where they were. "Come on, we'd better get moving," said Chet, seizing Billie's hand and drawing her on through the darkness of the woods. "We're bound to strike the road near here somewhere." "Or if we don't, we ought to find a house," said Billie, her teeth chattering in earnest now, as the rain sheeted down in ever-increasing fury. Did you ever see such a storm, Chet?" "No, I never did," muttered her brother, his head down as he plunged through the rain. "And I hope I never will again." "Jesus, I'm sorry I got you into this. I'll do—" Billie interrupted him with a glad cry. "Look, Chet, look!" she cried, pointing eagerly to a little light that beamed welcomingly just ahead of them. "Oh, come on!" And joining hands they ran through the sodden night as they had never run before. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. the locket. Even in the darkness, Billie thought she recognized something familiar about the little cabin from which the light had beckoned welcomingly. And when, in answer to Chet's imperative knock, the door was opened by Hulda, Billie realized joyfully where she was. "Hulda, if this isn't luck," she cried, and would have hugged the surprised girl if she had not remembered just in time how wet she was. "Won't you let us in?" she added, and with a stammered apology, the girl moved away from the door. "Why are you soaking wet?" she said, as Chet, grinning sheepishly, followed Billie into the dimly lit room. "Were you lost again?" she added, wide-eyed. Billie made a wry little grimace. "That seems to be our favorite outdoor sport," she said. And Chet, following her and Hulda into the little inside room, besought her not to tell the girl what a fool he had been to let the paddle get away. "I don't think you could be very foolish," said Hulda, boldly for her, as she stirred up the fire on the old-fashioned coal stove. Of course, old Jerry was not at home. "That's because you don't know him so well," said Billie cruelly. She moved nearer to the grateful heat of the stove and held her shivering hands over it. "Oh, this feels good," she added. "I hope you won't take cold," said Hulda, real concern in her face. She adored these girls and boys who had been the very first to show her any real kindness in all her unhappy young life. There was scarcely anything she would not have done to show her gratitude. "Oh, we shan't take cold," Billie assured her lightly. "We do all sorts of foolish things, and nothing ever happens to us. Come a little closer, Chet. Don't be bashful." "I was just waiting for you to make room," Chet retorted, and with a little laugh, Billie squeezed herself in between the stove and the wall, leaving him all the rest of the stove for himself. "Better than out on the lake, this is, Chet." And Billie gave her brother a grateful glance. "I'll say it is, sis," he answered promptly. "Gee, if we'd stayed out there much longer, we sure would have been swamped." "It's a terrible night to be out on the water," said Hulda. "I never go out on the lake in such weather as this, if I can help it," she added lamely. While they were drying their clothes and basking in the warmth of the fire, Hulda pouring on coal recklessly and stirring the fire into a blaze such as the old coal stove had not known for many a day, Billie eagerly questioned Hulda as to what had happened since that day when she and the other girls had visited the cabin, and Jerry had torn up her pictures. The girl seemed inclined to evade answering at first, but warmed by their very evident interest and eagerness to help, she finally told them that her life had been worse than ever since that day. "He doesn't give me any time at all to paint now," she said, her head drooping dejectedly. "I used to be able to get away by myself for a little while every day, but now—" "Well, he can't be hanging around all the time," said Chet indignantly. "He spends a lot of time fishing, doesn't he?" The girl shook her head sadly. "He used to," she said, "but now when he goes fishing he makes me go with him, to hand him the bait when he needs it and keep the boat steady." She laughed bitterly, and at that moment both Billie and Chet wished fiercely that old Jerry Bullock were at the bottom of the lake. "Oh, how I hate it," said the girl, a shudder of disgust passing over her. "The nasty wriggling worms and the poor little minnows, and then the fish, dozens of them, it seems, flopping and gasping, getting all dirty from the bottom of the boat, struggling for their lives. Ugh!" She put a hand over her eyes as though to shut out the horrid memory. Billie put a sympathetic arm about her shoulders. "You would hate that sort of thing," she said understandingly. "Hate it!" cried the girl, starting away from Billie, her eyes blazing, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. "Hate it! I despise it! Everything! This life! Jerry! Everything! I don't belong here. I remember different things, such very different things." Her voice sank to a whisper, and she passed her hand over her eyes as though striving to clear away the mist that stood between herself and this memory of the past. "I had a mother and father once. They were very sweet to me." Her voice broke pathetically, and Billie took her hand, squeezing it very hard, while Chet walked to a window and stood looking out into the dark. "You remember your folks?" prompted Billie softly. "I think I do, at least my mother," returned the girl slowly, "although sometimes it seems like a dream." "Do you remember what she looked like?" Billie prompted again, but Hulda shook her head. "No, except that she was kind and gentle and had soft, beautiful hands." Sometimes, she added slowly, I would be almost sure I just imagined her, only that I remembered other things too. What other things? Asked Chet, turning from the window. Oh, I don't know. The girl was gazing at the farther wall, but her visitors could see that she was looking past it and beyond it into some distant land of her recollections. Sometimes I see a big house, a wonderful place, and I think I lived near there when I was little. I've tried to paint it sometimes. It is so plain before me, and then, before I can get it down on paper, it fades away, and only shadows are left. Oh, if I could only remember just a little bit more. How about old Jerry? Asked Chet boyishly. Can't he tell you anything about these places you remember? Huldah shook her head. I don't think so, she said. I used to ask him about it, but he always told me to stop my daydreaming and get down to work. Work, she added drearily. That's all he ever wants me to do. For a moment they were quiet, thinking over the strange things she had told them. Then, at a sound in the woods, Huldah glanced fearfully at the door, then at her two visitors. Jerry must not find you here, she told them in a whisper. Sometimes he drinks, and then nobody knows what he may do. It's a wonder he would leave you alone so long, suggested Billie, and the girl shrugged her shoulders wearily. He only leaves me long enough to get his liquor, she said, but please, please go. She implored them, her fears again roused by a suspicious sound in the woods. I thought I heard something. It's only the dripping of the rain from the trees, Chet told her, adding thankfully, It seems to have made up its mind to stop raining. And I suppose the boys and girls will think we are surely drowned, added Billie, suddenly remembering how worried the young folks and their chaperone must be about them. We'll run along now, Huldah. We can find our way home from here. Thanks awfully much for the loan of your fire. She had reached the door when she turned and came back to the girl who was standing in the center of the room, listening in terror for Jerry's returning footsteps. Huldah, she said, with pretty hesitation, we have been awfully interested in what you have told us about yourself, and I was wondering if you had anything, a little ring maybe, that might give a clue as to who your parents are? Plain to be seen that you've been reading the Sunday journal, sis, grinned Chet, as he waited impatiently at the door. Huldah glanced at him, startled, then with a quick wait a minute to Billie, ran off into the other room, returning in a moment with a little trinket that shone in the dim light. There, will this help, do you think? She asked breathlessly, and dropped a tiny locket into Billie's outstretched palm. With a little cry, Billie turned the locket over and found that on one side of it was a large letter M, while the other was inscribed with the single word, baby. I've had it ever since Jerry's wife died. Huldah answered the unspoken question in Billie's eyes. She gave me this and told me to keep it hidden, never to let Jerry know that I had it. She was good to me, even when Jerry abused her for it, she added soberly. This must have belonged to you when you were a baby, said Billie, as though thinking aloud. The letter M must stand for your name, so perhaps it isn't Huldah after all. I don't see that helps very much, said Chet skeptically, and Billie was forced to admit that she did not either. She reluctantly returned the locket to Huldah and turned once more toward the door. Chet opened it for her, and a cool draught of damp air greeted them. They had stepped outside when Billie turned impulsively and caught Huldah's hands in both her own. Huldah, she whispered earnestly, if Jerry treats you too badly, will you come to us? Promise. The girl nodded, not trusting herself to speak. For a long time she stood there watching through a mist of tears as Billie and Chet disappeared into the night. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At the dance. When Billie and Chet returned to the bungalow, they found the rest of their party there before them, wild with anxiety, not knowing what move to make next. They too had encountered the storm, and after having searched the lake as well as they could for the two runaways, had finally been forced by the rain to make for shore and the shelter of the bungalows. We found the canoe gone and one paddle lying on the shore, said Vi, after they had kissed and patted and hugged Billie to their heart's content, and we thought of all sorts of horrible things that might have happened to you. Next time you try to play a trick on us, you'd better think twice about it, Laura scolded fondly, and when Chet, sheepishly and reluctantly, told what he had done, Miss Martha Beggs took a hand in the conversation, scolding them so roundly and thoroughly that both Billy and Chet felt like a pair of naughty children who were being quite properly punished. They promised at last, quite meekly, never again to undertake an after-dark outing without first asking her permission. Next morning the boys went down to the point on the shore where Billy and Chet had landed the night before, rescued the canoe, and brought it back in triumph to their own little dock. Later, still the drifting paddle was sighted and recovered. Vi and Laura were eager to hear more of what had happened the night before when Billy and Chet had stumbled upon Huldah alone in the little cabin. When Billy came to the part where Huldah had brought out the tiny locket, the one link which connected her with the past of her childhood, Laura clapped her hands delightedly. "I told you there was some mystery about that girl," she said triumphantly. "I bet her parents are millionaires or something." "Well, I don't know about that, the millionaires. Of course there's something," said Billy mildly. Then she added with a sigh, "But whoever they are, I surely would like to find them. I'd do almost anything to get her away from old Jerry." Sorry as they were for Huldah and eager as they were to help her, something happened very shortly that served to divert their minds, and so unexpected was the new development that it took them entirely by surprise. It happened on Saturday night, just 2 days after Billy's exciting experience with Chet on the lake. The girls had put on their prettiest frocks, as usual, and, escorted by the boys, had presented themselves promptly at 8 o'clock at the entrance of the big ballroom of one of the large hotels. By this time they had made so many friends among the young folks who were also summering at the lake that for the first few minutes they were kept busy exchanging merry greetings with those they knew. Then the dance began, and they forgot everything but the joy of gliding about on polished floors as slippery as glass with partners who really knew how to dance. The evening was more than half over, and Billy, flushed and pretty, was amusing a group of young folks with anecdotes of things that had happened at Three Towers Hall during the winter term, when suddenly she was addressed by a nasal voice, and turning, found herself looking full into the little mean eyes of Amanda Peabody. Amanda, of all people! And behind her, grinning and smirking in what she evidently thought was a high society manner, stood Eliza Dilks, the inevitable shadow. If this is not hard luck, meeting them here, of all places, thought Billy, as she desperately cast about in her mind for some way to get rid of them. If Billy had 2 enemies in the world, their names were surely Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks. "How do you do?" she said coldly, ignoring Amanda's outstretched hand. "I had no idea you were here. See you again sometime," and with a very definite air of dismissal, she turned back to her friends. Amanda gazed at her for a moment, the dull red of rage flushing her face, then turned and marched over to the other end of the big room, accompanied by the shadow. To the curious questions of her friends concerning the newcomers, Billy simply said that they were 2 girls who attended her boarding school, and that she did not care for them especially. "One could easily guess that," remarked Grace Deming, a tall, fair-haired, sprightly girl, as her eyes curiously followed the retreating figures of Amanda and Eliza. "You surely can freeze a person when you want to, Billie Bradley." Billy laughed, and the incident was soon forgotten, except by the chums. Billy passed the high sign to Laura and Vi, and as soon as they could do so without attracting too much attention, the 3 girls met on the porch of the hotel to hold a council of war. "Now what do you suppose they're doing here?" demanded Laura excitedly. "They are absolutely sure to start some trouble." "Especially after the lovely way you froze them out, Billy," said Vi, her eyes shining. "I never saw it done more beautifully." "Yes," said Billy ruefully, "but I made them mad, and you know they will do anything when they're mad." "Oh, well, we're more than a match for them," said Vi confidently. "Somebody had better keep an eye on them, just the same," said Laura, adding quickly, "I tell you what, I'll stay out here on the porch. You can tell the folks I'm tired or anything else you want to, and I can get a pretty good view of the ballroom from here. I'll keep an eye on them for a while." "But I don't like to leave you out here alone," protested Billie, but Laura cut her short impatiently. "Never mind about me," she said. "I'll enjoy finding out what they are up to, if anything. Go on in, you two. Here come some of the boys, and I don't want them to know I'm out here." So Billie and Vi went in to meet the boys, leaving their chum in her little observation corner on the porch. "I think Laura's making too much of it," Vi managed to whisper to Billie between dances. "Maybe Amanda and the Shadow don't mean to make trouble at all." "Goodness, I hope not," answered Billie fervently, as she and Paul swung into the catchy measures of a foxtrot. And for a short while, it almost seemed as though Vi had been right. They caught glimpses of Amanda and her friend, adorning a couple of chairs against the wall, and as the dance ended and nothing happened, they forgot the unpleasant girls and gave themselves up to the full enjoyment of the next dance or two. However, they were to find they had rejoiced too soon. Billie, exchanging nonsense with Paul Martinson and Teddy in the intermission between two dances, was suddenly aware that Grace Deming was coming across the floor toward them, and that she looked rather worried about something. "Hello, Grace," Billie greeted her, curiously. "What's the matter?" "Why, The girl was so evidently confused that Billie stared at her in amazement. "What in the world," she began, when the other girl interrupted her, speaking more rapidly, but still with considerable embarrassment. Billie, I'm awfully sorry to say this, but someone told me. Did you pick up my bracelet?" she ended desperately. "I know you think I'm crazy," she went on, as Billie still regarded her in dumb amazement. "But someone told me it was that girl that spoke to you a little while ago, that she saw me drop my bracelet, and she saw you pick it up. She said—" "Yes, what did she say?" demanded Billie. At the mention of Amanda, all her defensive instincts were on the alert, and her blazing eyes searched the room for the girl. "What did she say?" she asked again, as Grace paused, struggling with a painful embarrassment. "She said she saw you put it in your pocket," Grace blurted at last, her face reddening at the look in Billie's eye. "She said that?" Billie repeated slowly, her eyes still searching. A small crowd had begun to gather, drawn, as always, by the unusual, and on the outskirts of this crowd she found the person she was seeking, Amanda Peabody. And on her face was the beginning of a smile of triumph. "You said that, Amanda Peabody?" she repeated, still more deliberately. "Yes, I did," returned Amanda, with a defiant toss of her head, and at her voice the curious crowd made way so that she might approach Billie. "If I were you," she added, turning to Grace Deming, "I'd look in her pocket." With a cry of rage, Teddy started forward, but Billie put out a hand and stopped him. "Please don't, Teddy," she begged, head high, eyes shining. "I can easily prove that this girl isn't telling the truth." With confidence, she plunged her hand into the pocket of the cape she had thrown about her shoulders, and her hand struck against a hard object. At the look of surprise and dawning dismay upon her face, Amanda's grin grew wilder. With fingers that trembled despite all her willpower, Billie drew from her pocket something that glittered and gleamed in the light. There was no longer any chance to doubt her senses. The object was Grace Deming's bracelet. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foreboding. For a moment the room was so still that one could almost have heard a pin drop. Billie, gazing at the evidence in her hands, wanted to cry with rage and humiliation. Amanda Peabody had done this thing. How, she could not understand. But how was it possible for her to explain? How could she make these people believe her innocence? "Billie, it's a shame, an outrageous shame," she heard Teddy saying in her ear. His voice choked with wrath. "I'll run that girl out of here if—" But before he could finish, there was a commotion at the edge of the crowd, and Billie glanced up to see Laura pushing and shoving her way through. The girl's face was white with wrath. Her eyes sparkled dangerously. "Billie," she cried, putting an arm about her friend and facing the curious crowd. "It was Amanda who did that. I saw her put the bracelet in your pocket. Where is she? Oh, there you are." The last was directed at the astonished Amanda with such fury that the smile died on the girl's face, and she took a step backward. "I don't know what you're talking about," Amanda said defiantly, wondering in her cowardly heart if Laura had really seen her. Billie picked up the bracelet and put it in her pocket. "She did not." Laura's furious tone clipped the unfinished sentence like a whip. "I was out on the porch, and I saw Grace Deming drop the bracelet, and I saw you pick it up, Amanda Peabody. I knew you were up to some mischief, so I watched you. Then, when Billie came past, you slipped it into her pocket." It isn't so." Amanda was beginning furiously when Laura received aid from an unexpected quarter. "No, Laura Jordan tells the truth," said a quiet voice, and the owner of it advanced and put a kindly hand on Billie's shoulder. She was a gray-haired woman, very beautifully gowned and with a quiet, commanding manner that won immediate attention. She had always liked Billie, and now she came to her aid quite simply. "I saw this girl," she continued calmly, with a little nod of her head in Amanda's direction. "I saw her pick up the bracelet, and a little later, for some unknown reason, slip it into Billie Bradley's pocket. I watched her because I was rather curious as to her motive." "The reason she did it," said Billie, her head high, though tears of hurt pride were stinging her eyes, "was to get me into trouble before my friends. She always hated me." Then she turned to the older woman who had come so opportunely to her support. Thank you very much," she began, but her voice broke, and suddenly she found the older woman's arms about her, and she was struggling hard to control her tears, while the kind voice went on. "It was a thoughtless thing for this girl to do. She can't hate you, Billie Bradley, I'm sure. She will realize, as she didn't at first, how serious this might have been, and will be sorry and apologize." The little crowd broke up, drifting to other parts of the ballroom, chattering busily about what they had just seen, while Billie's friends pressed close, eager to comfort her. I'm dreadfully sorry, Billie," Grace said remorsefully. "I know I don't ever deserve to be forgiven." "That's all right," said Billie unsteadily, smiling an April smile. I think I'd like to go home now," she added, almost in a whisper. As she turned away, the gray-haired lady patted her affectionately on the shoulder. "You're a dear girl, Billie Bradley," she said. "I wish you belonged to me." On the way from the ballroom, they looked in vain for Amanda Peabody and her faithful shadow. Evidently, the scheming pair had made good their escape in the confusion that followed the entrance of the gray-haired lady into the fray. "Cowards," whispered Laura fiercely as they passed out into the night. "I'll get even with them for this. Just see if I don't." Once in the privacy of their little cottage, Billie cried as though her heart would break, and it was a long time before the girls and Miss Beggs could comfort her or induce her to take a more cheerful view of the situation. In vain did Laura plead with her that she would get her nose all red and spoil her eyes for a week. Billie still wept on, declaring she could never face those people at the hotel again. Their beautiful Saturday night dances were spoiled for all time. In vain did Miss Beggs remind her of the gray-haired woman's belief and championship. Then, just as they were beginning to despair, Billie stopped crying as suddenly as she had begun. "I suppose," she said, rolling her handkerchief into a damp ball and glaring at the girls as though it were all their fault, "I suppose you think I'm crying because I feel bad, but I'm not. It's because I'm so roaring mad." And she flung her handkerchief into a corner of the room as though in that way she might relieve her overwrought feelings. "Good," cried Laura delightedly. "Now that's the spirit I like to see." This made Billie look at Laura, and her glance softened. Reaching over, she put a grateful hand on her chum's arm. "I haven't thanked you yet, Laura," she said, "but I don't know what I'd have done if it hadn't been for you." In the morning they were almost able to laugh at the episode, although they were still furious with the two girls who had made all the trouble. Even Miss Beggs was out of sorts. "I don't see why," Billie said once, plaintively. "They always have to pick on me. It might be a good idea if they picked on someone else for a change." "Well," Vi answered with a chuckle, "I reckon they have left Twin Lakes by this time." "If they haven't, they soon will," Laura prophesied grimly. And sure enough, the boys, making inquiries later in the day for curiosity's sake, found that Amanda Peabody and Eliza Dilks had paid their bill that morning and had taken the early train from Twin Lakes Station. "Thank goodness," Billy said with a sigh, still sore at the miserable scene that had taken place the night before. "Now maybe we can enjoy the rest of the summer." "What's left of it," Laura added mournfully. For the fact that their vacation was slowly but surely coming to an end worried the girls not a little, and they wisely decided to try to cram as much fun into the last couple of weeks of it as was humanly possible. So they swam and hiked and canoed and picnicked, enjoying every moment of the precious days that were left. "Let's have a race," cried Billy one day, when all of the boys and girls were in bathing in front of the bungalows. "That's the talk," returned Teddy. "Who is to race, us boys or you girls?" asked Ferd. "Oh, we'll all race together," cried Billy. "It will be much more fun." "Do you girls think you can race us?" questioned Chet. "We can try, can't we?" asked Vi. "Of course we'll race you," said Laura. "Miss Beggs shall umpire the contest." The little teacher was willing, and soon she had the boys and girls lined up for the contest. "You are to race to yonder rock and back," she said, pointing to the big stone in question, a few rods out in the lake. "What's the prize?" asked Teddy. "Oh, the boy who wins, if he does win, can dry off our dishes tonight," answered Miss Beggs with a little smile. Suppose a girl wins?" asked Chet. "Then she must sew on any coat button that is missing." "Oh my, who wants to win such a race?" gasped Vi. "Come on and get ready," was the cry, and in a few moments, shouting and laughing, boys and girls lined up for the race. Then they were off, at word from Miss Beggs. At first the boys were ahead, but steadily the girls crept up, and presently Billy, Vi, and Teddy were a tie, with the others close behind. "Yes, it's a tie," declared Miss Beggs at the conclusion. "Billy and Vi can sew on buttons while Teddy wipes the dishes." And at this there was general laughter. One thing only worried the girls. Huldah no longer came to the cottages as she used to do, and they became seriously concerned for her welfare. Once Billy, accompanied by Paul and Teddy, went to the little cabin in the woods, and Billy, finding that the girl had not even money enough to buy materials with which to sketch and paint, insisted on lending her a few dollars for the purpose. "You can pay it back to me some day when you become a great artist," Billy returned in answer to the girl's broken thanks. "I must never let Jerry know," Huldah said. "He would kill me, I think." This last phrase kept repeating itself over and over in Billy's brain, until it even wove itself at night into her dreams. When the girl continued to absent herself from the cottages, Billy became seriously alarmed. One day she called a meeting of the girls and boys to discuss what they should do. "For all we know, Jerry may be keeping her prisoner," she said, looking from one to the other of them as they sat or lounged in characteristic poses on the little porch of Minnehaha Cottage. "He could kill her out there in that lonely little cabin if he wanted to, and no one would be any the wiser." "Oh, I say, sis," Chet protested warmly. "Aren't you pulling it a bit too strong? Jerry's pretty bad, we all know that, but I don't believe he's as bad as that." "Those things aren't done except in stories," added Ferd, as he kicked a pebble off the porch, watching it as it bounced off into the grass. "I don't mean he would do it on purpose," Billy retorted warmly, "but when he gets to drinking, he doesn't know what he's doing." "I think Billy's right," said Teddy gravely, and at that moment Billy could have hugged him. "I think we ought to go and see this girl once in a while anyway, just to make sure that old Jerry isn't getting too rough. I suppose he fills up on the worst kind of bootlicking stuff." "Gee, that's a swell idea," said Ferd, with a swift change of heart that both amazed and delighted Billy. "Maybe we'll meet the old boy and have a chance to throw him in the lake again." "Hooray!" yelled Chet joyfully. "That's the stuff, fellas. When do we start?" "Right away," answered Billy, turning eagerly to the girls. "Are you ready?" she asked them. Miss Beggs was out of hearing. "What a question," said Vi, her head in the air, "as if we weren't always ready for everything." "We'll just take a peep at her," said Billy a few minutes later, swinging along happily between her brother and Teddy. "It was awfully nice of you to get the boys to come, Ted," she said, smiling up at the tall boy beside her. "Don't I always do what you want me to?" he asked her plaintively. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 from Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A letter. But if the boys were eager for a meeting with old Jerry Bullock, the girls certainly were not, and they were very much relieved when they found Huldah alone. The girl was painting a picture near one of the little windows at the far end of the bare room, and so absorbed was she in her work that Billy had to speak to her twice before she realized that she was not alone. Then she sprang to her feet, instinctively covering her work as she did so. When she saw that it was the girls and not Jerry who confronted her, a look of relief spread over her face, so intense that the girls were seized by a wild desire to take her away with them, to rescue her from the terrible life she was leading. The boys, who had been lingering in the doorway to make sure that the old boatman was not at home, now backed away and sauntered off into the woods, not far enough away, but what they could keep an eye on the cabin, however, in the event of Jerry's untimely return. "Oh, I'm so glad you have come," said Huldah, her pinched white face so eager that the girls blessed the instinct which had led them to her. "Is Jerry so bad to you, then?" asked Billy gently. "Oh, yes, yes," cried the girl, putting her hands before her face and beginning to sob wildly. "I am so afraid of him. Sometimes when he drinks, he acts like a madman." "Then why do you stay with him?" asked Vi, adding impulsively, "Come home with us, Huldah. We will take care of you." "Oh, please do," added Billy eagerly. "We could hide you in the cottage, and he would never think of looking for you there." The girl's sobs had quieted a little, but at this proposal she shook her head vehemently. "Oh, no, I couldn't do that," she said pitifully. "He would find me, and then that would only get you in trouble. No, no, you had better leave me here." And in spite of all argument, she remained firm in her decision not to involve the girls in her troubles. "You have done so much for me already," she told them gratefully, adding wistfully, "I don't know what I will do when you go away." The girls looked more than ever troubled, for they had forgotten that when their vacation was over and they returned to North Bend, Huldah would be left entirely to the mercy of the old boatman. "Well, we aren't going just yet," said Billy, trying to speak encouragingly, "and before we do, we'll surely be able to think of some way of helping you, Huldah. See if we don't." But she was far less confident than she seemed. After a while, Huldah showed them the unfinished painting upon which she had been working when they entered the cabin. "I've done it at last," she said, speaking to Billy, a hint of shy triumph in her eyes. "The place that I told you about," she added, by way of explanation, as Billy still looked puzzled, and Laura and Vi bewildered. "The place that I see in my dreams so often, and never before have been able to draw." "Oh, yes, I remember," said Billy delightedly. "You told us about it that night Chet and I were lost in the storm. And you really did manage to sketch it after all. Oh, Huldah, I'm so glad." There was no disguising the delight in her voice as she bent eagerly over the picture. Laura and Vi remembered what Billy had told them of her conversation with Huldah at the time, and so they looked over her shoulder at the painting with scarcely less eagerness. "What a beautiful place," Billy murmured, feeling vaguely that she had seen the place in the picture before. The whole thing seemed so hazily familiar. "You sketched it first and colored it afterward, didn't you?" she heard Laura asking, and Vi adding enthusiastically, "My, but it must be wonderful to be able to draw from memory that way." Then came Huldah's shy but delighted acceptance of their praise. And through it all, Billy was wondering where she had seen that pictured place before. She gave it up at last, however, thinking that her imagination must be playing tricks upon her. They did not stay long after that, for the girls knew that it would only make it harder for Huldah if Jerry should return and find them there. But before they left, they made the girl promise that she would never hesitate to call on them if she needed their help. "I wish you would come with us now," said Billy, as they reluctantly started off. "You don't know how I hate to leave you here, Huldah. Won't you, please?" To which the girl only smiled wistfully and shook her head. On the way home, the boys were inclined to grumble, declaring that they had been led on a wild goose chase. "Here we come all this way," said Chet, making a sudden feint at a squirrel that scurried across the path. just for the pleasure of giving old Jerry a taste of the mud at the bottom of the lake, and he never shows up." "Perhaps he saw us coming and beat it," Ferd suggested with a grin, but the girls scornfully hooted this idea. "You must think you look awfully fierce," said Laura disgustedly. "Of course they look fierce, Laura dear," said Billy with a chuckle, "but there's no use taunting them with it. They can't help the way they were born." "Ouch," said Paul Martinson good-naturedly. "That was a bad one." But in spite of their levity, the girls were really worried about Huldah, and it seemed almost wicked for them to be enjoying themselves when they knew she was so utterly miserable. Then, too, the mystery surrounding the girl's parentage filled their imaginations, and the more impossible it seemed to accomplish, the more eager they became to solve the riddle. They talked about it until late that night, all huddled in the big bed as they had been that first night on their arrival. Sleep seemed very far away from them, and they wondered as they listened to the mysterious noises of the night, the whippoorwill with his plaintive cry, the raucous croaking of frogs, the weird uncanny hooting of an owl, how it fared with Huldah out there in the desolate little cabin in the woods. Was she alone, huddled there, listening for the dreaded footsteps of the man whose companionship was the only thing she knew? Or worse still, had Jerry already come home, maddened by liquor? They thought of what Huldah had said, "When he drinks he seems like a madman," and shuddered. Perhaps at that very moment she was crouched in a corner, cringing beneath unmerited blows like some cowed, tormented animal. "We must find some way to help her," Vi insisted. Suddenly Billy uttered a small, excited cry. "Girls, I knew I had seen that place in the picture Huldah sketched from memory," she exclaimed. You what?" they asked, taken completely by surprise. "The picture Huldah showed us today seemed familiar to me," Billy explained, trying to be patient, though her heart was beating wildly. "And now I know why. Do you remember those pictures Miss Myra Bossonette lost at Lake Malata?" "Of course. What of it?" added Laura impatiently. "Why, don't you remember?" Billy was sitting bolt upright now, her eyes wide with excitement. "One of those pictures, the one I noticed especially, was of a queer-looking castle with a windmill in the background." "Oh, I remember the one you mean," broke in Vi eagerly. "Huldah's is like that, too. Why—" She paused as though to give the amazing truth a chance to sink home. "Why, the two pictures are almost exactly alike." "It's queer," admitted Laura thoughtfully, "but I don't see anything to get so awfully excited about. But the locket that belongs to Huldah," Billy interrupted her, laying a cold little hand on Laura's arm. Somehow she felt that she had at last found the key to the mystery. It was marked with the letter M on one side, you know. That might stand for Myra. Mrs. Bossonette's name is Myra, you know. She may be related to Huldah. Then she suddenly laughed, as though in apology for her excitement. "I suppose you think I'm an awful goose," she said, "but the whole thing does seem to fit together awfully well." "Of course it does," said Vi, looking upon Billy with new respect and admiration. "They wouldn't paint the same picture unless there was something in it." Although the three girls talked the thing over until far into the morning, and never got to sleep till the first gray of dawn showed them the furniture outlined with ghostly vagueness against the walls, they were up again bright and early, eager to put their new and startling theories to the test. Right after breakfast, dated by the two girls, Billy composed a letter to Miss Myra Bossonette and addressed it to the cottage on Lake Malata. "There," she said, sealing the envelope and pounding it with a determined little fist. "Miss Myra Bossonette may think we are all crazy, but it's worth taking a chance on, anyway, for Huldah's sake." End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Out of the night. Not content with writing to Mrs. Bossonette herself, Billy also wrote to one of the girls in her club who was staying at Three Towers Hall for the summer vacation. In this letter she told how anxious she was to get in touch with a lady and begged the girl to find out whether the artist was still staying at Lake Malata. Anxious days followed, during which the girls talked of nothing but Huldah, and the strange resemblance between the picture she had painted from memory of the place she had known well in her childhood and that other one by Myra Bossanet, the well-known artist. And the more they thought of it, the more convinced did they become, in their own minds at least, that here indeed was a mystery that would bear looking into. "If only Mrs. Bossanet hasn't left Lake Mulata," Billy worded. "It isn't likely she will stay there forever," remarked Laura. "Artists have the habit of roaming all over the world," added Vi. "For all we know, she may be in Paris or South America." "Oh, I do hope she hasn't left the country," cried Billy. "That's quite an artist colony at Lake Mulata," said Laura. "Maybe she liked it well enough to stay. She must have liked it at first, or she wouldn't have stayed there to paint." "If she has gone, wouldn't she leave her address behind?" asked Vi. "Maybe, although artists do queer things sometimes," answered Billy. "I'm going to hope for the best." The girls had taken their lunch into the woods, and now, after eating all that was humanly possible, were lounging about lazily, talking of the thing that was always uppermost in their minds. The boys had gone to the store for provisions, and were to join them later. "We ought to hear from her in a day or two," said Vi, still speaking of Mrs. Bossanet. "We'll find out then whether there is really any relation between these two." "Well, if you want to know what I think," drawled Laura, as she reached a gentle hand toward a rainbow-colored butterfly as it hovered above a tempting wild flower, "I think we are getting ourselves all worked up over nothing." "Sometimes I think so too," sighed Billy, as she began to gather up what was left of the lunch. "All we can do just now is wait, I suppose." "Yes," said Vi grumpily, "and while we are waiting, our vacation will come to an end, and we'll have to leave all this wonderful mystery behind us, to say nothing of poor Huldah." "I don't see why we have to leave her," said Laura slowly, adding, as a daring thought leaped to her mind, "I shouldn't wonder if Dad and Mother would let her come and live with us if I asked them to." "Oh, Laura!" Both girls stared at her incredulously. "I don't believe she would do it," added Billy, with a dubious shake of her head. "She's awfully proud, you know." "Well," said Laura, with a shrug of her shoulders, "we won't worry about that yet, although personally I don't see why she wouldn't jump at the chance." "You would think she would do anything rather than live with old Jerry," admitted Vi. "It's almost mail time now," said Billy suddenly, looking at her watch. "The boys will be wanting us to go in for a swim as soon as they get back, so we'll just have time to run down to the post office." The mail was in when they arrived at the combination country store and post office, and the girls met many people they knew, gathered there for the same purpose as themselves. They answered salutations gaily, entering into merry conversations, while they kept one eye upon the busy young men in the little wire cage who were expertly sorting and distributing the huge pile of mail. After a wait that seemed interminable, the slide door was shoved open, announcing to all that the mail was at last ready for distribution. Even then there was such a crowd of people that the girls stood in line for what seemed to them another age before they found themselves in front of the little slide door, and an interesting bunch of white envelopes was pushed through it toward them. "With laughing farewells and many promises to see you over at the hotel tomorrow night," the girls left their new friends and started off down the path toward the cottage. Once away from the crowd, however, they stopped, and Laura and Vi held out eager hands. "You needn't think you can keep them all, Billie Bradley," said Vi, as Billy sorted the letters quickly, scanning each envelope eagerly in the hope that it would be the longed-for one from Mulata. Her heart suddenly leaped as her eyes at last encountered the magic postmark, Mulata. It was not from Mrs. Bossanet. Billy recognized the rather windy scrawl of her school chum, but anyway, it might contain some welcome news. "Oh, open it quick," cried Vi, dancing about impatiently. "Billy, you're awfully slow." "Oh, keep still, you make me nervous," retorted Billy as she ripped the letter open and the envelope fluttered to the ground. Eagerly she read while the girls peered over her shoulder, but she had not reached the end of the first page before she gave a little disappointed cry. "Oh, she's gone. Mrs. Myra Bossanet has left Lake Mulata," she cried in dismay. "Well, go on, read to the end," said Laura impatiently. "Maybe someone knows where she has gone to, anyway." But as they read on, even this hope died. Myra Bossanet had left Mulata some time before, and no one seemed to know where she had gone. No letters had come, lately, to the Mulata post office for her. "Oh, well, that ends that," said Billy with a sigh of resignation as she slipped the letter back into its envelope and tried not to feel too bitterly disappointed. "Probably just a crazy idea anyway. And now we'll never find out whether it was or not," added Vi disconsolately. "Oh, well, cheer up," Laura besought them. "The world hasn't quite come to an end yet, you know." But in spite of this decided setback, Billy still clung to the rather forlorn hope that she might yet get in touch with Mrs. Myra Bossonet. With this thought in mind, she wrote another letter to the girl at Three Towers Hall, begging her to try once more to find out the whereabouts of the artist. Late that afternoon, she slipped down to the post office and mailed the letter, after which, foolish as it might seem, she felt decidedly more hopeful. Since that last visit to the little cabin in the woods, the girls had heard nothing from Huldah, and her silence seemed ominous to them. They had decided that if they did not hear from her in a day or two, they would go to see her again, and this time do their best to persuade her to leave old Jerry and come to live with them. The next night was Saturday, and they temporarily forgot poor Huldah and her troubles in the enjoyment of the best dance they had had yet. At first, after the scene with Amanda Peabody in the shadow, Billy had declared she would never set foot in that hotel again. But as the days passed, memory of the hateful affair grew dim, and Billy began to think of it as a bad dream. And though for the first part of the evening she was a little constrained and silent, for Billy, everybody was so exceptionally pleasant and nice to her that the mood soon wore off, and she was her own sparkling, merry self again. Laura, watching her, nodded with satisfaction, and meeting Vi's eyes, smiled. Once more Amanda tried to put one over on Billy, she said, and got left, Vi finished joyfully, though slangily. It was almost midnight when a tired but very happy group of boys and girls said goodnight to one another on the porch of the little bungalow Minnehaha. The boys would not have left then, for they protested that it was just the best part of the evening, and it was a shame to miss that jolly moon. But Miss Beggs insisted gently but firmly that it was Sunday morning now, and the girls really must have some sleep sometime. "Vacation will soon be over," she reminded them cruelly, "and you won't want to start school again all tired out." At which the girls and boys had groaned in chorus. However, it never occurred to them to dispute their chaperone's authority, so the boys marched over to their own cottage, singing a pathetic little song of farewell. "That's awfully sweet, but as no two of them sing in the same key, it detracts somewhat from the desired effect," giggled Billy. "Goodness," she went on, as she clapped her hands to her ears and followed the girls indoors, "I'm going to teach those boys to sing in the morning. This must not happen again." It was not long after that before everything was quiet, everything save the deep, regular breathing of the tired girls and the insistent, rhythmic, mournful cry of the whippoorwill. Then out of the shadowy woodland crept a girl, white and ghost-like in the all-enveloping darkness. The figure paused for a moment, as though listening for some dreaded sound, then sped up the steps of the little cottage, and stood leaning against the door, panting, one hand pressed tightly over her heart. "Oh, let me in! Please let me in!" The cry, scarcely more than a desperate whisper, was caught up on a breath of wind and whisked off into the silent night. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An escape. How long it was before the girls heard that timid knock on the door they would never know. Billy was the first to be aroused to consciousness, and before she was really awake she found herself out of bed and in the room where the other girls were still peacefully sleeping. "Someone is at the door," she heard herself saying in a husky whisper, as the girls rubbed sleepy eyes and gazed up at her dully. "Wake up, I'm going to see who it is." Dazedly they followed her, striking against furniture in that strange progress to the door. They were too sleepy to be curious or even much frightened. But when they reached the door, Laura and Vi held Billy back as she started to open it. "Wait a minute," said Laura, "I don't hear anything." Then, as though in direct answer to her words, came a scared little whisper from the other side of the door. Evidently their visitor had heard a noise within the cottage, and her courage had revived. "Please let me in," came the pleading whisper, and this time the knock upon the door was louder and more distinct. Wide awake at last, Billy pushed open the door, and someone stumbled, half fell into the room. In the first startled moment the girls recognized Huldah. Huldah, with her mop of red-brown hair wildly disheveled, her eyes frightened and pleading. "Huldah," whispered Billy, putting an arm about the shaking girl, and with her free hand carefully closing the door. "I knew you would come to us sometime. Has Jerry—" The girl nodded, not trusting herself to speak, and clung tightly to Billy's protecting arm. Without a word, the latter put her in a chair and ran into the adjoining room, returning in a moment with a blanket which she wrapped around the shivering girl. Thinly clad as the girls themselves were, and chilly as the night had become, they were not conscious of feeling in the least uncomfortable. They were keenly alive to the drama of the situation, and they would not have been girls if they had not thrilled to it. Billy, staunch little leader that she was, immediately took command of everything. She ordered Huldah not to say a word until she had drunk a cup of hot tea and eaten an egg sandwich, which Billy proceeded to prepare with her own hands. The commotion roused Miss Beggs, and she came out into the kitchen, robed in a hastily donned kimono, to find what all the fuss was about. As Billy scurried about, she explained the situation as well as she could to the kindly teacher. "The poor child," said the latter, a world of concern in her voice. "Something very dreadful must have happened to drive her out into the night like this. I'm glad she was sensible enough to come here." And she immediately set about buttering slices of thin bread, to which she added strawberry jam with a lavish hand. Huldah drank the hot tea gratefully, and she ate the sandwiches and bread and jam down to the last little crumb. But to Billy's eager inquiries as to whether she would have more, the girl shook her head, relaxing with a long-drawn, quivering sigh. Her eyelids were heavy with sleep, and one could see that she was struggling to keep awake. "Huldah," said Billy firmly, "do you know what I'm going to do with you?" The girl lifted her head sharply, a look of terror in her eyes. "You won't send me back to Jerry," she whispered, and for a moment Billy gazed at her in blank amazement. Then she seized the girl's shoulder and shook her soundly. "Huldah," she scolded, while the thought of this girl's misery made her want to cry, "I always thought you were crazy, and now I know it. You need some sleep, that's what you need, and I'm going to see that you get it right away." "But don't you want to know why I came?" the girl asked incredulously. "No, I don't," said Billy firmly. "There will be plenty of time for that in the morning. Now, ready, march." And aided by Laura and Vi, and encouraged by Miss Begg's approving smile, Billy led the protesting girl into the room which held the double bed. "Now," said Billy, still in her role of commander-in-chief, "I intend to stay with Huldah tonight, and you can double up with Laura, Vi." "I only hope we'll live till morning," said Laura dubiously, and even Huldah was forced to smile a little at her doleful expression. Billy found a fresh nightgown of her own for Huldah, and the girl touched it with wondering fingers. It was so sheer and fine, almost too pretty to wear. And as she thought of how good the girls were to her, she was conscious of a warm, tight feeling about her heart, and her eyes filled with tears. Billy saw the danger and came stoutly to the rescue. "Please don't cry," she said coaxingly. "There will be plenty of time for that in the morning, too." Something caught in Huldah's throat, half sob and half laugh, and the danger was averted. Soon the strange visitor had donned the pretty nightie. Then Billy tucked her into a bed so clean and warm that the very feel of it made her want to sleep, oh, forever. As if from a distance, half asleep already, she heard Billy shooing Laura and Vi into their own room, and was dimly conscious of answering their good nights in a voice that did not seem like her own voice at all. Then she felt Billy slipping into bed beside her, Billy's warm hand reaching over to find and clasp hers in friendship and sympathy. Then the delicious drifting away on the wings of sleep, drifting, then nothingness. But though Huldah slept, Billy did not. For a long time she lay on her back, wide awake and thinking deeply. How was this adventure to end? What would become of the girl they were befriending? She ought never to go back to old Jerry, never, said Billie to herself over and over again. Presently, Huldah dropped into more profound slumber and turned away from Billie. Then Billie tried to curl up, wishing to get some sleep before morning. But just as she did this, a sudden thump outside of the bungalow roused her once again. What could the noise mean? Had old Jerry come to claim his victim? Billie hesitated a moment, then with a little shiver rolled from the bed and stood upon her feet. At first she thought she would call Miss Beggs and the girls. Then she decided to investigate a little before arousing the others. With caution she looked out of first one window and then the other. The wind was rising, and she could see the tree branches swaying wildly. Then came another thump, which caused the girl to jump. But now she uttered a little laugh. "What a goose I am, and as nervous as a cat," she told herself. That was nothing but the chairs going over in the wind. Then she returned to bed and slept soundly until morning. Huldah awoke with a start of terror. Jerry was in the room. He was beside her, bending over her. She opened her eyes and stared into the sweetest face she had ever seen. "What's the matter, dear?" asked Billie, adding gaily as Huldah blinked at the sunlight and rubbed her eyes unbelievingly, "You thought you would wake up at last, did you? Well, I think it's about time." "Oh, I had a bad dream," shuddered the girl, gazing about the room as though she still thought she must see Jerry's threatening face. "I thought Jerry was here." "Well, he isn't," answered Billie. "And he'd better not come here either," added Laura. Her mischievous face appeared suddenly over Billie's shoulder. "Or he'll get thrown out on his nose," finished Vi, and they laughed merrily at their nonsense. As for Huldah, well, how was it possible to be anything but happy in an atmosphere like this? The girls seemed to be bent upon making her forget her troubles, bringing in her breakfast on a tray, and carrying on such a running fire of gay nonsense that for a time she almost forgot Jerry and the reason for her sudden flight from him in the night. However, when the other girls went out of the room on some nonsensical errand or other, Huldah seized Billie's hand and drew her down on the bed beside her. "I want to tell you," she said soberly, "what made me come to you at that awful hour last night." "Yes, dear," said Billie, her merry face instantly grave, as she laid a sympathetic hand over that of the other girl. "I want to know, too, if you can tell me without feeling too bad about it. Only first you must promise," she added swiftly as Huldah's wistful gaze sought the window, "that whatever you do, you won't cry." "I won't," promised the girl, smiling wanly. "Somehow I don't feel so much like crying this morning anyway. It seems strange, too. For last night—" "Yes, I know," said Billie reassuringly. Laura and Vi had come romping back into the room, but when they saw the serious faces of the two girls, they stopped their nonsense and sat quietly at the foot of the bed, waiting for Huldah to go on. "Jerry caught me painting again," the girl continued faintly. "He has always hated that about me and tried to stop me in every way. And after that day when he found you there and he tore up my sketches, I guess he thought he had succeeded." "Oh, what I wouldn't do to him if I could get the chance," murmured Vi longingly. "He wanted to know," Huldah went on slowly, "where I got the money to buy my materials. I wouldn't tell him. He'd been drinking again, and he tore up my picture, the one I painted from memory." Billie gave a little cry of distress. "Oh, why didn't you hide it?" "I hadn't time," answered the girl dully. "He always comes that way upon me, sneaking, hoping to catch me at something, I suppose. I don't know why he should hate so to have me draw things. I can't help it any more than I can help breathing, and I never hurt anyone by it." "But what did he do then, after he tore your picture up?" queried Laura impatiently. "He said he was going to tie me up," said the girl, lifting her head proudly at thought of the threatened indignity. "Said he would see that I didn't sneak out to my fine friends when he wasn't looking." "Meaning us, I suppose?" queried Billie in a queer little voice. "Of course, I haven't any other friends," answered the girl quite simply, "and while he was out of the room, gone to find the rope, I suppose, I ran away and came here. I didn't have anywhere else to go," she finished pleadingly. "You darling," cried Billie, giving her a bear's hug. "If you hadn't, I would never have forgiven you. and just let old Jerry try to get you away from us if he dares. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The mystery solved. The next few days that followed would have been exquisitely happy ones to Huldah had they not been continually haunted by the thought of Jerry. Never before had she dreamed that life could hold such joy. The girls did everything in their power to make her happy and comfortable, and so well did they succeed that before a week had passed she looked and felt like a different person altogether. At first she had declared that she must go back to old Jerry, that she had no decent clothes, that she could not possibly be dependent on the girls for the very meal she had to eat. But on the other hand, Miss Beggs and the girls were equally firm in their determination that she should not go back to old Jerry. Not, the girls declared, if they had to carry out what he had threatened to do and tie her to the cottage. She had been forced to laugh a little at this threat. It was truly wonderful how many occasions she found to laugh during these marvelous days. Billy had even gone so far as to declare that if Huldah did such a silly thing as to run away from them, they, the boys and girls, would be forced to set out and recapture her, en masse. You see what an awful lot of trouble you would be making us, Billy had finished plaintively, and at this the girl had been forced to capitulate. And oh, it was so easy to linger on in that beautiful place with nothing but sunshine and laughter and happiness from the time one opens one's eyes in the morning till one closed them at night, tired out with the sheer joy of living. Only in her dreams at night did the grim spectre of old Jerry have any real power to frighten her. Then he would come, sinister, maddened by poisonous liquor, to threaten her with all sorts of hideous things, and she would awake with a cry of terror to find Billy's arms about her and Billy's voice in her ear, telling her not to be frightened, that nothing could hurt her. No wonder that her love for Billy grew and strengthened almost to worship in those first miraculous, never-to-be-forgotten days. As for the girls, though they were careful never to let Huldah suspect it, they were living in constant fear that old Jerry would find out Huldah's hiding place and would come there, full of liquor perhaps, to demand her back again. The boys strove to soothe their fears by declaring boastfully that nothing would happen to Huldah while any of them was around to attend to old Jerry. "But suppose there shouldn't be any of you around?" Laura asked. "That mustn't ever happen," Billy said decidedly. "We must never go away without leaving two of the boys at least here to protect Huldah." "I only hope," said Teddy with a grin, "that I'm on deck when the old boy shows up." But as day after day passed and still there was no sign of the old boatman, the girls began to breathe a little easier and even urged Huldah to accompany them on some of their rambles in the woods. This the girl did, more to please them than anything else, but she was so uneasy and restless, imagining that she saw Jerry's face behind every tree and heard Jerry's footstep in every mysterious rustle of the leaves, that at last they realized that it would be really the greatest kindness to her to let her remain in the cottage. One or more of the girls always stayed with her, and carefully remaining within hailing distance, though this Huldah never guessed, a couple of the boys awaited, half eagerly and half fearfully, the coming of old Jerry. And still old Jerry did not come. And so it happened that Billy and Laura and Chet and Ferd, wandering further afield than usual, absorbed in the discussion of Huldah and the problem of her future, came suddenly face to face with a person that they wanted most in the world to see. Seated on a log with her easel in front of her, paintbrush poised while she surveyed the landscape, sat Mrs. Myra Bossinet. Billy stopped short in the middle of a sentence, her mouth wide open, and her eyes matching it with a stare of such complete incredulity that the artist shifted her gaze from the landscape and looked at the girl curiously. "Well," she said pleasantly, "am I then such a curious object, my dear?" "Oh, I beg pardon," stammered Billy, realizing how rude she had been and flushing with embarrassment. "I was so surprised and glad to see you." "You know me, then?" asked the artist, her eyes narrowing quizzically as they swiftly took in the astonished group of girls and boys. "I'm afraid I have not the pleasure," she added slowly, "although you do seem somewhat familiar." But Billie could stand it no longer. With the impulsiveness that was always so charming in her, she flung herself on her knees beside the artist, and taking one of her hands in hers, gazed up eagerly into her face. "You don't remember us, but we remembered you," she cried. "We, or rather the boys, returned 3 pictures to you, which you lost in a rowboat on Lake Malata." "Oh, yes," murmured the artist. "I remember now. The boys did me a great service by returning those pictures. How great they will probably never know. But what is it, my dear?" she added, looking down with interest into Billie's vivid, upturned face. "You wish to tell me something, is it not?" "Oh, yes," said Billie eagerly. "I wrote to you at Lake Malata, but they said you had left there." The artist nodded. "Yes," she said, "some friends of mine were summering here at the artist colony, and they urged me to come. The scenery is exquisite. But go on, my dear. I see you are impatient. Why did you wish so much to see me?" Billie needed no urging, and she plunged at once into her story while Laura and the boys moved closer, watching with interest the changing expressions upon the sensitive face of the artist. Miss Bassinet listened at first with the slightest touch of boredom, which changed presently to excitement, then to agitation, as Billie vividly described the picture which Huldah had drawn. "You say this girl has a locket also?" cried the woman hoarsely, while Billie, who had also risen, felt a trifle frightened, despite the tingling thrill of triumph that swept over her. "What does it look like?" Billie described the tiny locket accurately, and watching Mrs. Bassinet eagerly, she suddenly sprang forward with a little cry of alarm. The woman had turned a chalky white, and had put out a trembling hand to the nearest tree as if seeking its support. Nevertheless, as the boys and girls would have gone to her assistance, she waved them off impatiently. "You know where this girl is?" she asked, turning upon Billie almost violently. Billie nodded. "Then take me to her," commanded the woman regally, and without another word, Billie turned and swiftly led the way back to the little bungalow, where Huldah, all unsuspecting, was awaiting them. It was a queer dreamlike procession that wound through the woods. Billie's blood was pounding strangely in her ears, and she had an insane desire to burst out crying and shout with laughter at the same time. Once she felt Laura's hand in hers, and heard Laura's voice in her ears. "It looks as if you were right, Billie," Laura whispered, and Billie, not trusting herself to speak, merely nodded. They found Huldah and Vi in the quaint little living room of the cottage, Vi reading aloud from a magazine she had bought at the general store, and Huldah carefully and lovingly arranging some wild flowers in a vase on the little table. At sound of footsteps on the porch, Vi sprang up with a joyful greeting. Then, as Mrs. Myra Bassinet stepped across the threshold, she dropped the magazine, while her eyes traveled in questioning incredulity to Billie. But Billie had not noticed her. She was looking at Huldah, and Huldah, in her turn, was staring at Mrs. Bassinet as though she were a ghost. Laura and Chet and Ferd lingered on the threshold, awed by the drama of the thing they were about to witness. Without a word, Mrs. Myra Bassinet crossed the room and laid a hand upon Huldah's arm. The girl did not draw away at the touch, but stood looking into the older woman's eyes with a gaze so strange, so intent, so questioning, that the girls were strangely thrilled. "You have a locket?" said the artist in a strained tone. "Would you mind if I looked at it?" Huldah put her hand into the breast of her dress and drew forth the little trinket from some secret hiding place of her own, but never for a moment did she take her eyes from the woman's face. Mrs. Bassinet turned the locket over with trembling fingers, looking from it to Huldah, and as the two stood facing each other, Billie realized what she had never seen before, the amazing likeness between them. Then she caught her breath, for Huldah was speaking. I know who you are," she said, in the small, wondering voice of a child. "I've dreamt of you many times, and always you have been kind to me. I've wanted you so." With a heartbreaking cry, Mrs. Bassinet swept the girl into her arms. "My little girl! My little lost baby!" Her voice broke, and Huldah, looking up, found that her face was bathed in tears. "Mother?" she queried, breathlessly, joyfully. "Mother?" End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes by Janet D. Wheeler. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old Jerry explains. How long the girls sat on the steps of the porch outside the little cottage, wiping tears from their cheeks and smiling April smiles of wonder and joy at each other, they could not tell. They only knew that Huldah herself, radiant in her newfound happiness, came to the door at last and announced that her mother, how proudly she said that name, would like to speak to them. They found Mrs. Myra Bassinet seated, and like Huldah, she was so changed by happiness that the girls would hardly have recognized her. She sat with one hand in Huldah's, and every now and then, as she talked, her eyes wandered hungrily to the girl's face, as though she were afraid that by some black magic this newfound daughter of hers might be suddenly whisked away. She told the girls, while they listened eagerly, about the dreadful tragedy in her life. "My husband," she said slowly, "was forced to go to a distant city on business, and he took our little daughter Myra with him." "Then her name is really Myra?" cried Billie impulsively. "Pardon me," she added, as the artist looked at her in surprise. "Please go on. I'm so interested." "There's not much to tell," said the artist, stroking her newfound daughter's hand gently, while the girl looked up adoringly into her mother's face. "There was a fire in the hotel where they were staying, a terrible thing, and my husband lost his life in the blaze. It was presumed that our little girl did the same, for no trace was ever found of her. The shock of it nearly killed me." She paused, and it was Huldah's turn to comfort her. "For years I have thought my little girl was dead," the woman continued softly. "I never dreamed that she had been rescued, never thought of her except as one irreparably lost to me, until a few moments ago, and to you girls I can never repay the debt which I owe you." The girls were about to protest that they had done nothing, when there was a sudden noise of scuffling outside that brought them to their feet in alarm. "Jerry," was the first thought that flashed through Billie's mind, as the sound of combat increased, and she could hear the voices of the boys raised in anger and scorn. As though all had been moved by a single instinct, they rushed to the porch. The girls and Mrs. Bassinet were more curious than alarmed, but Huldah, or Myra, was clinging to her mother in terror. They were just in time to see the old boatman, who had been caught sneaking about the bungalow and trying to look in the window, break away from the boys and start off into the woods with the latter in full pursuit. Bring him back, yelled Billie, dancing up and down in excitement. "Don't you dare let him get away from you. Bring him here. We want him." Teddy, who was in the lead, heard her and redoubled his efforts, with the result that old Jerry was overtaken, collared, and triumphantly brought back to be delivered up for trial. Chet and Ferd had told Teddy and Paul about the startling thing that had happened to Huldah, so that the boys were prepared for a dramatic scene when the old boatman was brought face to face with Mrs. Myra Bassinet. And they were not disappointed. The old boatman, swaying unsteadily on his feet, sought to break away from the boys at sight of the girl Huldah. But before he could do more than take a step toward her, Mrs. Bassinet had sped swiftly down the steps and was facing him, hands clenched, her whole body tense with passion. "So you are this man they call Jerry Bullock," she said, her scornful gaze sweeping him from head to foot, while the old fellow scowled blackly. "And for years you have mistreated, enslaved a girl whom you should never have been permitted to come near." Old Jerry's bloodshot eyes scowled up at her furiously, while his huge, knotted hands clenched and unclenched as if they were eager for action. "And who are you?" he growled. The woman drew herself up proudly. "I am Mrs. Myra Bassinet, the artist," she told him. "And this girl whom you have so brutally mistreated," with a sweep of her hand toward Huldah, who still stood on the porch with Billie's arm about her, "is my daughter." For many years I have thought her dead." For a moment the man still continued to meet the woman's eyes. Then his gaze faltered, and he made as though to break away from the boys, who still held him with a firm grip. "Don't let that man get away," the artist commanded crisply. "I have some questions to ask him which he must answer." The old man started to speak, but Teddy gave a swift twist to his collar that evidently made him think better of it. But he turned upon the boy such a look of hate that Billie was startled. "Look out, Teddy, maybe he has a knife or something," she called, but the boy grinned up at her reassuringly. "If he has, I'll use it on him first," he said. But Billie might have spared herself the worry. Jerry Bullock, like all bullies, was a coward, and now that the tables had in some miraculous way been turned against him, he was completely cowed. His one thought was of escape. He answered Mrs. Bossinet's eager questions sullenly and grudgingly, but he answered them, and the girls listened wonderingly while this thing which had been such a mystery to them resolved itself into a plain tale of fact, like the pieces of a picture puzzle being fitted together by one who is familiar with the picture. It seemed that the night of the terrible hotel fire in which Huldah's father had lost his life, Jerry's wife, then a maid in the hotel, had found the little girl wandering dazed and terrified in a burning corridor, and with her had fought the flames to the safety of the street. The woman had been able to find no one who could recognize the child, and having no children of her own, and having become attached to the little one, had decided to keep her, bringing her along when she and Jerry had moved up here in the country. She had done her best for the child while she had lived, but after her death all old Jerry's brutality had come to the fore, and he had kept the girl as a household drudge, beating her and abusing her as much as he wished. "So that is the way of it," said Mrs. Bossinet, when she had succeeded by dint of ceaseless questioning in extracting this information from the old boatman. "And so all these years, while I have mourned my little girl for dead, she has been living a life which was almost worse than death." She broke off suddenly, for Jerry, catching the boys for a moment off guard, had lunged free of them and was making for the woods as fast as he could. With a yell, the boys started after him, but Mrs. Bossinet called them back. "Let him go," she said, a great light in her eyes. "After all, he has done me a great service. He has made me sure that I have found my daughter." It was decided that Myra, the girls were learning to call her that now, was to go with her mother at once, for neither one of them could bear to spend another minute apart after all these precious years that had been wasted. Despite the justice of the decision, the girls could not deny a wee small heartache. They had become enormously fond of this girl whom they had befriended, and it hurt them more than they cared to admit to have her go away from them. Mrs. Bossinet was warm in her expressions of gratitude, and kissed them all around, the boys too, declaring that she would never forget how they had befriended her little girl when she was so desperately in need of friends. But when it came Huldah's turn to say goodbye, she broke down utterly, and the words she wanted so much to say refused to come. "Goodbye," she managed. "I'll love you all till I die," then turned and fled after her mother. "That means us fellows too, doesn't it?" Chet called after her, and she stopped for a moment to look back at them. "Yes," she said, "every one of you." The next moment she had disappeared among the trees. "Well," said Billie with a little laugh that was half a sob as they turned back into the house, "I feel as if somebody were dead." "Billie Bradley!" cried Laura, surprised. "What a funny thing to say when everything has turned out so wonderfully." "Aren't you awfully glad for Huldah? I mean Myra?" Vi asked. "Of course I am," said Billie, adding plaintively, "but I'm going to miss her dreadfully." A little later, Miss Beggs came back from a visit to town, where she had been buying various and sundry small but necessary articles for herself, and the lady was greatly astonished when she was set upon by 3 very excited girls who insisted that she be told then and there the astounding events of the afternoon. "Well," she remarked when they had finished, "you fairly take my breath away. This little earth of ours certainly seems to be a very small place." The girls admitted that it was, feeling vaguely that Somewhere they had heard that phrase before. And if the girls missed Huldah, she certainly missed them too, for not a day passed during the remainder of their stay at the bungalow that she did not come to spend part of it with them. A very much changed Huldah in appearance, for her mother had lavished upon her everything that money could buy, as well as some very precious things, such as love and devotion, which no amount of money could buy. But at heart the girl was just the same, and she never wavered in her worship of Billy. The girls had wondered a little what had happened to Jerry, until the boys, happening to pass the little cabin in the woods one day, found the door open and the place deserted. From the signs they concluded that Jerry had found discretion the better part of valor, and had fled the country. "Thought he'd better go while the going was good," Teddy said with a grin. "Even owning the bungalows didn't hold him back." "Sure, he thought this place was getting too hot for him," added Ferd. "Poor old Jerry," Billy said with a chuckle. "How we shall miss him." "Sure we'll miss him, just like a fellow misses a corn on his toe," declared Chet. "Funny that he'd run away when he owns the bungalows," remarked Laura. "Perhaps the bungalows are mortgaged," suggested Miss Beggs. "A man like that will often mortgage everything he owns just to get money for drink." And Miss Beggs' surmise proved correct. Both of the bungalows were mortgaged for almost full value, and a little later were sold to pay this indebtedness. But the boys and girls did not think of old Jerry very long. They wanted to do so many things before returning home and to school. "We'll make the most of it," declared Billy, and they certainly did. And so the golden days sped by until the boys and girls woke one morning to find that they had but one more day left. On the next day they must travel back to North Bend to make ready for the winter term at school. "Oh dear, I wonder why study was ever invented anyway," sighed Laura, as they sat on the porch of the little cottage, wistfully thinking over the good times they had had. "It was invented just to annoy people like us, my dear," Vi answered gloomily, and Billy laughed at them. "Snap out of it," she cried slangily, jumping to her feet and gazing eagerly down toward the water. "There are the boys now," she added. "Guess they want us to go out for a paddle. Come on, girls, it may be our last, you know." "There she goes reminding us of it," said Vi plaintively, as they linked arms and started down the familiar little path. "I think you just like to be mean, Billie Bradley." "Yes, it's my favorite pastime," laughed Billy, then added soberly as she paused and looked off in the direction of the artist colony where Huldah was living so happily with her mother. "Girls, I'll never get over being glad we came here this summer, for if we hadn't, Huldah might never have met her mother. It all seems like a wonderful dream to me yet." "And she might still be living with Jerry. Poor Huldah," added Vi. Laura shuddered. "Perish the thought," she said fervently. "All right, we're coming," cried Billy suddenly, as the boys started up the path to find out what was keeping them. "You needn't be in such a hurry." So hand in hand they ran gaily down to the water's edge, eager for a last glorious afternoon of fun on the lake where they had spent so many happy hours. "Come on," yelled Teddy. "Today we sing, though tomorrow we die." "Goodness, I hope it won't be quite as bad as that," laughed Billy, adding wistfully as she jumped into the canoe which Teddy had held steady for her and settled herself comfortably against the cushions. "Oh, Teddy, we've had a wonderful time. I don't want to go home." "Neither do I," said Teddy as he dipped his paddle into the shining water. "We sure have had the best time ever." And so, with a glorious summer gloriously ended and countless others just as glorious opening up before them, we must reluctantly bid goodbye to Billy and her chums, hoping that someday we shall meet them all again. The End. End of Billie Bradley at Twin Lakes, or Jolly Schoolgirls Afloat on the Shore, by Janet D. Wheeler.